Chapter 1. The Number. The referral line rang at 9:47 on a Tuesday. Diane picked up on the second ring. Nathan watched her through the glass from his office. She wrote nothing down. She never did on first contact. 30 seconds. 40. She set the receiver in its cradle and crossed the floor. "Black card," she said from his doorway. Nathan closed the benefits proposal he'd been reading. New dental plan for the staff. He'd been comparing deductibles for 20 minutes. He slid it back into the top drawer. Which client? QR traces to Hartley, General Counsel at Meridian Technologies. The referral came through Margaret Liu. Liu sits on Meridian's board. She does. Nathan turned to his monitor. "Get Sarah." Diane was already walking. The main floor was quiet. 10 workstations, 6 occupied. No conversations. The concrete absorbed sound the way it absorbed everything else. Screens glowed. Keyboards clicked. The ductwork overhead was painted matte black and pushed cold air through the space without noise. Nathan pulled up Meridian Technologies. 14 billion market cap. KYC infrastructure. Identity verification for banks, hospitals, fintechs, government agencies, the plumbing underneath every account opening, every loan application, every ID check in the country. Nobody had heard of them. Everybody depended on them. If Meridian's API went down for 6 hours, half the banks in America couldn't onboard a customer. He scrolled through the public filings. Series D 2 years ago. Board expanded from 5 to 8. 3 new seats, all filled by Shaw's fund or its co-investors. The math was simple. Before Series D, the founder controlled the board. After Series D, the founder needed 2 votes to control anything. Nathan looked at the names. He looked at the dates. He looked at the cap table summary in the most recent proxy filing. Then he looked out the window at nothing in particular and sat with it. He was still reading when Sarah Kessler appeared in his doorway. She carried a tablet and a coffee she hadn't touched. "You wanted to see me." "Sit down." Sarah sat. She set the tablet on her knee and the coffee on the edge of his desk, 3 inches from the concrete lip. Nathan looked at the coffee. Sarah moved it back an inch. "Run me the roster," he said. 12 clients. "I can count." Sarah tapped her tablet. Hartwick Capital, Active Monitoring, Redstone Therapeutics, Quarterly Cycle, Voss Media Group, Board Transition, JPL Partners, Post-Litigation Reputation Rebuild. She kept going. 12 names, 12 retainers, $250,000 per quarter, per client. She recited them the way a pilot reads a checklist. No inflection, no emphasis, every item given identical weight. Nathan listened with his eyes on the Meridian page. Stock chart, board composition, 8 directors. Margaret Liu was independent. The chairman was a man named Marcus Shaw, lead investor. 6 other boards. "That's 12, Sarah said. "Yes." "So who gets dropped?" "Nobody gets dropped. We take a meeting." Sarah set the tablet flat on her knee. "We've turned away 4 referrals this quarter. You turned away the last one personally. The senator." The senator was guilty. "They're all guilty." The senator was guilty and stupid. We don't take stupid. "And Meridian?" "I don't know yet. That's why we take the meeting." Sarah looked at him. Nathan didn't look back. He was reading the board page. 8 names. Bios. Appointment dates. Shaw had joined 3 years ago. right after the Series D. The call came through Hartley, Nathan said. Meridian's general counsel. But the card came from Lou. She's not Shaw's faction. How do you know there are factions? There are always factions. Sarah picked up her coffee. I'll clear your Thursday. Clear my Wednesday. Wednesday you have Redstone. Move Redstone. Sarah's thumb hovered over her tablet. She didn't argue. 2 taps. Done. What time? Morning. Early. If they're calling before the story breaks, I want to know how far ahead they are. What story? Nathan looked at her. Get Priya. Sarah stood, collected her tablet, and walked out. Her coffee stayed on the edge of the desk. Nathan moved it to the center, where it wouldn't leave a ring. The floor was quiet again. Through the glass walls, Nathan could see Tom Brandt at his workstation, headphones on, scrolling through something. Ray Costa's office was smoked. Jack Whelan's was empty. Yasmin's was empty. Yasmin's was always empty. Nathan opened the second drawer of his desk. The baseball cards were in the display case against the far wall, but the one he kept in the drawer was different. A 1952 Topps Mickey mantle. Not mint. The corners were soft. A crease ran through the lower left. Worth less than the ones in the case because of the damage. Worth more to Nathan because it had been his grandfather's and his grandfather had actually held it as a kid, had carried it in his back pocket, had folded it and unfolded it and creased it with use. Nathan turned it over once. The cardboard was warm from the drawer. He put it back and closed the drawer before Priya appeared. She stood in the doorway. No tablet. No phone. She held information in her head and delivered it verbally. Always. Because screens could be photographed and voices couldn't. Meridian Technologies, Nathan said. Priya stepped inside. She didn't sit. I flagged it at 6 this morning. Flagged what? Velocity. There's a narrative forming around David Chen, Meridian's CEO. What kind of narrative? Data handling, irregularities, unspecified. 3 mentions on FinTech Twitter in the last 48 hours, all from accounts that post about governance. 1 Substack post, 700 views, titled, Who Watches the Watchman at Meridian? No mainstream pickup yet. Coordinated? Too early to say. The timing is regular. The accounts don't share followers. Could be organic, could be seeded. What does organic look like? A disgruntled employee, a fired contractor, someone with a data point and a grievance. And seeded? A firm, a fund, a board. Priya paused for exactly 1 second. The velocity is low, but the trajectory is clean. Whoever started this knows what narrative resonance looks like. They're not spraying. They're placing. Each mention builds on the last. The Substack piece cites the tweets. The tweets reference data points that aren't public. Someone is feeding the chain. How sophisticated. Professional. The Substack author has no other posts. Account created 11 days ago. Bio says, former compliance officer. No verifiable identity. Nathan turned his chair toward the windows. Midtown spread out below, glass and steel and the river beyond. He didn't look at any of it. How long before it breaks? 48 to 72 hours if it stays at this pace. Faster if someone feeds it to a reporter with a name. Has anyone? Not yet. But the Substack piece is sourced well enough to be a tip sheet. Any reporter who reads it has a roadmap. Nathan turned back. Who's David Chen? Priya recited it the way she recited everything. Clean. No adjectives. Stanford. Co-founded Meridian at 24. Grew it to $14 billion in 14 years. KYC infrastructure. Sits between institutions and individuals. Banks, hospitals, fintechs, government agencies verify identity through Le Meridian's API. He did the TED Talk, the magazine covers, Davos 2 years running. Married? To his co-founder, Sarah Chen. She runs the technical side. The board? 8 seats. Shaw is chairman, joined after Series D. Liu is independent. Hartley is general counsel, non-voting. Shaw's background. Venture. 6 boards currently. Known for activist governance. 3 CEO transitions in the last 5 years at companies where he held board seats. Nathan said nothing for 10 seconds. Priya waited. She was the only person at REDACT who could stand in silence with Nathan and not fill it. 3 CEO transitions, Nathan said, all framed as governance actions, performance clauses, none went to litigation. Because the CEOs settled. Or resigned. Nathan opened his laptop. Set up monitoring. Full sweep. I want velocity tracking on every mention of Chen, Meridian, data handling, and governance, 48-hour rolling window. Already running. He looked at her. I flagged it at 6, she said again. Good. Pull everything Kroll has on Meridian. Any audit work, any consulting engagement, anything in the last 3 years. I'll have it within the hour. Make it 30 minutes. Priya left. No goodbye. No acknowledgement. She was already on the phone before she reached her desk. Nathan sat with Meridian's board page open on his screen. 8 faces in a grid. Marcus Shaw was in the top left corner. Silver hair, dark suit, the photograph of a man who sits for photographs often. His smile didn't reach his eyes. Not because he was hiding something, because he didn't bother. Margaret Liu was bottom right. Younger, academic background. Her bio mentioned MIT, McKinsey, then Venture. She'd joined the board 2 years before Shaw, the only independent director with no fund affiliation. Liu had given the card to Hartley. Hartley had called the referral line. That meant Liu didn't want the call traced to her directly. She wanted distance. She wanted deniability. She wanted someone else's fingerprints on the request. Nathan closed the board page and opened his email. Nothing from Hartley. Nothing from Liu. The referral had come through the phone, the way they all did. No paper trail. That was the point of the card. He looked at the clock on his monitor. 10:12. 25 minutes since Diane had walked into his office. In 25 minutes, a $14 billion company had entered his field of vision, and he'd cleared his Wednesday, deployed his analyst, and requested a Kroll pull. He hadn't agreed to anything. He'd agreed to look. The war room glass was clear. Empty table, empty chairs, screens dark. In 48 to 72 hours, if Priya's tracking was right, those screens would be live and that glass would be black. And REDACT would be running a case that displaced one of 12 clients, or expanded the roster for the first time in 2 years. Nathan didn't think about that yet. He thought about Margaret Liu, bottom right of the board grid, routing her distress call through a general counsel so her name wouldn't appear on the referral log. People who went to that much trouble were either paranoid or right. In Nathan's experience, the ones who routed through intermediaries were usually right. The paranoid ones called directly. They couldn't help it. Fear made people loud. The quiet ones were the ones who understood what they were asking for. He pulled up Lou's bio again. My T. McKinsey. 2 years at a climate-focused venture fund before joining Meridian's board. She'd been the only director to vote against the Series D terms, according to a footnote in the proxy filing that most analysts would have skipped. She'd lost that vote 5-1. Then Shaw arrived, and Lou went from minority opposition to irrelevant. Now she was reaching out to REDACT through a general counsel and a black card, and she was doing it before any reporter had picked up the phone. Nathan looked at the clock again. 10:18. His laptop chimed. Priya. One attachment. Subject line, Kroll, Meridian Technologies, Board-Commissioned Audit, Confidential. Nathan opened it. The first page was a cover letter. Kroll's Dallas office. Engagement date 7 months ago. Commissioned by the Board of Directors. Authorized by the Chairman. Marcus Shaw's signature at the bottom. The second page was David Chen's professional biography. Stanford, at the founding, the growth, the public profile. Clean. The third page was a financial summary. Meridian's data infrastructure contracts, revenue by segment, client retention rates. Clean. Nathan turned to the fourth page. The header read, Findings. Unauthorized data access patterns, January to October. Below it, a table, dates, systems, access logs, David Chen's credentials, used to query databases he had no business querying, client identity records, financial verification data, government ID checks, thousands of queries, spanning 10 months, from the CEO's own login. Nathan read the page twice. Then he read it a third time. The access logs were granular. Timestamps to the second, system paths that would mean nothing to a jury and everything to a regulator. If these logs were real, David Chen had spent 10 months systematically accessing identity records he had no operational reason to touch. Client records, financial verification data, government IDs, the kind of data that, for a KYC company, was the product itself. The CEO accessing it without authorization wasn't a policy violation. It was an extinction event. If the logs were real, Nathan closed the audit, opened it again, looked at the timestamps on page 4, looked at the board authorization on page 1. Shaw had commissioned this 7 months ago. The access pattern started 10 months ago. Shaw had waited 3 months before ordering the audit. 3 months was a long time to watch your CEO commit career suicide and do nothing. Unless you were the one logging in. Nathan closed the laptop. He sat in the silence of his office for 15 seconds. The concrete walls held the quiet. The glass held the light. The baseball cards in the display case caught a slant of morning sun and threw a faint rectangle onto the floor. He didn't notice. He reached for the phone on his desk, pressed one button. Diane. The Wednesday meeting. Make it tomorrow. Chapter 2. Plumbing. The elevator opened on 14. Wednesday, 9:47 a.m. David was 3 minutes early. The boardroom sat at the end of the hall, glass on 3 sides. Through the glass, the employee floor spread out below. 206 people at standing desks. Wednesday morning. The company running. David had counted the desks once. He counted things. The quarterly review was scheduled for 10. David carried a laptop and a single printed page of metrics. Revenue up 11%. Churn down. DOJ contract renewed for 3 years. Good numbers. Simple meeting. He pushed through the boardroom door. Marcus Shaw was already seated, not at the far end, where investors usually sat. Center of the table. Left side, Patricia Yee on his right, Tom Grasso on his left. 4 board members in a room booked for a quarterly review, and David's chair was the only empty one. David, thanks for coming up. I work here, Marcus. Shaw didn't smile. He had a leather folio open in front of him. Papers, not a laptop. Marcus Shaw was 61 and used paper because it couldn't be subpoenaed through a cloud provider. David sat. He put his laptop on the table. He put the metrics page next to it. I thought we weren't meeting until 10. We moved it up. Shaw turned a page in the folio. Margaret and Tom are here in their capacity as members of the audit committee. We don't have an audit committee. The board authorized one last Thursday. Unanimous written consent. Shaw slid a sheet across the table. You were notified. Board resolution. 4 signatures. His was not one of them. I didn't see this. It was sent to your registered email. My registered email is my Stanford address. I haven't checked that in. That's your registered address. David. David looked at Patricia Yee. She was studying the table surface. Her hands were folded so tightly the knuckles had gone white. Margaret, did you know about this? I was informed Thursday evening. And you didn't call me. The committee formation is a board matter, David. Communication follows governance protocol. What governance protocol requires you to send notices to an email address you know I don't use? Margaret didn't answer. She adjusted her watch. Silver band. She turned it so the face was on the inside of her wrist. Shaw cut in. The registered address is a legal formality. David. The notice was properly served. Properly served to an address nobody checks. Then update your registered address. That's a housekeeping matter. We're not here about housekeeping. Tom Grasso had a pen in his hand. He clicked it once against the table edge and set it down. I think we should let Marcus walk through the agenda. Shaw pulled a second document from the folio. The audit committee has retained Claridge Partners to conduct an independent review of Meridian's data handling practices. What data handling practices? Specifically, access logging on the KYC verification pipeline, the L4 and L5 systems. There is no L5 system. Shaw looked at him. Claridge's preliminary findings indicate otherwise. Marcus, I built the pipeline. There are 4 levels, L1 through L4. There is no L5. The audit identifies a supplementary data layer operating outside standard access controls. It's been designated L5 for purposes of the review. Shaw turned another page. The layer appears to retain raw biometric data beyond the 72-hour deletion window specified in your SOC2 certification. David opened his laptop. He pulled up the system architecture. He'd written the deletion protocol himself 6 years ago. Every 72 hours, raw biometric data was purged. Hashed templates remained. The raw data was gone. This is the pipeline. He turned the laptop toward Shaw. There's no supplementary layer. Data comes in, gets processed, gets hashed, gets deleted. I can show you the deletion logs. The deletion logs are part of the concern. Shaw produced a third document, a spreadsheet, printed, rows highlighted in yellow. These are timestamps from your deletion logs, and these are access records from what Claridge has identified as the L5 layer, showing data retrieval events after the recorded deletion times. David pulled the spreadsheet closer. Dates: October 14th, October 28th, November 3rd, November 19th, December verse. Access credentials listed next to each entry. He recognized the employee IDs. These credentials belong to my infrastructure team. Yes. Ria Patel, James Wong. These are my people. They're Meridian employees. Yes. David looked at the dates again. 5 entries, each roughly 2 weeks apart. Access times all between 2 and 4 a.m. Ria works 9 to 6. James works 10 to 7. Neither of them has ever been in the office at 2 a.m. Shaw turned a page. Remote access doesn't require physical presence. Remote access to L4 requires a hardware key. The hardware keys live in a locked cabinet on the 7th floor. You can't remote into the pipeline without one. Patricia Yee looked up for the first time. She looked at Shaw. Shaw didn't acknowledge her. The audit firm has documented the access events. Whether they align with your understanding of the architecture is precisely what the review will determine. My understanding of the architecture. I designed the architecture. And architectures can be modified, David. That's the concern. David opened his mouth, closed it. His hands were flat on the table and he pressed them down, hard, until the fingertips went white. 4 seconds. 5. They wouldn't build a shadow system. David. Shaw closed the folio. These are your systems. These are your employees, operating under your technical authority. The audit committee has a fiduciary obligation to investigate. David stared at the spreadsheet. The timestamps were clean, consistent formatting, proper UTC notation. They looked real. I need to talk to Ria. I'd recommend you don't. She's my lead infrastructure engineer. And she's now a subject of an independent audit. Any contact could be construed as interference. Oh, interference with what? This is my company. Shaw placed both hands flat on the table. His watch was a Lang & Söhne, white gold. He never touched his phone during meetings. David, no one is questioning your commitment. The board has concerns. The board has a right to those concerns and a responsibility to investigate. The board is 4 people I picked. The board is a legal entity with obligations to shareholders and regulatory bodies. This isn't personal. It feels personal. Feelings aren't governance, David. David stood. The chair rolled back and hit the credenza. He stayed standing for a beat, hands at his sides, and then sat back down. He pulled the chair forward. The room was quiet. Tom Grasso opened a folder in front of him. David, I want to make sure you understand the scope. The committee isn't looking at you specifically. The committee is looking at my systems, my employees, and my credentials. How is that not looking at me specifically? The review covers the entire pipeline. If the findings clear everyone, everyone is cleared. When was the engagement letter signed with Claridge? Tom looked at Shaw. Shaw answered, Last Wednesday. before the committee was authorized. The committee was authorized Thursday. You hired the auditor before the committee existed. Shaw didn't blink. Claridge was engaged on a preliminary basis. The formal retention was contingent on committee authorization. That's not what the engagement letter says. Engagement letters have effective dates. What's the effective date? Shaw didn't open the folio. Wednesday. One day before the committee was authorized, you hired an auditor to investigate my company before you had the authority to hire an auditor. The engagement was preliminary. There's no such thing as a preliminary engagement letter, Marcus. It's a contract. It has an effective date. The effective date is before the committee existed. Shaw stood. He buttoned his jacket. Single motion, left hand. The audit committee will meet again in 14 days to review Claridge's full report. If the concerns are resolved, this ends quietly. If they're not, the committee will recommend governance actions to the full board. He paused. I hope you'll have answers by then. 14 days. 14 days. You set up an audit committee behind my back, hired an outside firm, and you're giving me 14 days. The committee was formed through proper governance channels. The timeline is standard for preliminary review. Shaw picked up his folio. If you'd like to engage your own counsel to review the audit methodology, that's your right. Patricia Yee stood. Tom Grasso stood. They left together. Shaw first, the other two behind him. Margaret's heels clicked on the floor. David sat in the glass room. Below, on the floor, someone was laughing at a standing desk. He could see it, but not hear it. The glass was thick. He picked up his phone, called Sarah. She answered on the second ring. Hey, how was quarterly? It wasn't a quarterly. What? Shaw set up an audit committee. Without telling me, they're saying we have a shadow data layer, an L5. Silence on the line, then an L5. They're saying it retains raw biometrics past deletion, that Rhea and James are accessing it. That's not possible. I know. No, David, the deletion protocol runs at the infrastructure level. You can't build a retention layer on top of it without rewriting the core scheduler. I'd know. I review every commit to that codebase. They have timestamps? Timestamps of what? Access events? After deletion? October through December? All between 2 and 4 a.m. 2 and 4 a.m. At 5 dates? Roughly 2 weeks apart. That's the maintenance window. What? 2 to 4 a.m. is our scheduled maintenance window. The system runs automated integrity checks. The logs would show credential-authenticated access during that window, because the maintenance scripts run under service accounts tied to the infrastructure team. Service accounts with Rhea's credentials? Service accounts use derivative credentials. They'd look like Rhea's employee ID in a raw log pool, but they're automated processes, not Rhea. Would the auditor know that? Any competent auditor would ask about the service accounts. It's the first thing you check when you see off-hours access. They didn't ask. Sarah was quiet for 2 seconds. They didn't ask, or they didn't want to ask. Send them to me. Shaw said I shouldn't contact anyone involved in the... I'm not involved. I'm the CTO. Send me the timestamps. David took a photo of the spreadsheet with his phone. Sent it. Sarah was quiet. 10 seconds. 20. The timestamps look right. Right how? The intervals. The formatting. If someone made this up, they knew what a maintenance log is supposed to look like. Another pause. Hold on. What? Something's off. Let me look again. He could hear her breathing. A keyboard. More breathing. The UTC offsets are consistent. Date formatting is ISO 8601. That's all correct. She stopped. Maybe the audit firm pulled raw logs and misread the service account layer. That would explain everything. So it's a mistake. Hold on. I'm still looking. More keyboard. Wait, the employee IDs. What about them? Ria's ID. In our system, it's RP7734. Letters and numbers, no separator. And? On the spreadsheet, it's RP7734, with a dash. The audit firm reformatted the data. Maybe. She was quiet. Pull up James Wong's. JW2281. Same. Dash between letters and numbers. So the audit firm formats them that way. Except look at the other columns. System identifiers, session tokens. Those aren't reformatted. Those are raw. If the audit firm was cleaning up data, they'd clean everything or nothing. They wouldn't touch only the employee IDs. David didn't say anything. Our system has never used dashes in employee IDs. I wrote the ID generation module. Alphanumeric only. No special characters. You're saying the credentials are wrong. I'm saying whoever created this spreadsheet typed the employee IDs by hand. Added a dash because that's what looks right if you don't know the actual format. Sarah. The timestamps reference a system that doesn't exist, using credentials in a format we've never used. Either someone built something I don't know about, which I would know about, or this data was fabricated. Shaw has a report. Shaw has a piece of paper. David looked at the glass walls, the employee floor. Ria Patel was down there somewhere. He couldn't pick her out from the 14th floor. I have 14 days. 14 days for what? To resolve the concerns, or the board recommends governance actions. And governance actions, you mean they remove you. They can't remove me. I have a dual-class share structure. David, if the board issues a formal finding of cause, the dual class doesn't matter. It's in the charter, section 4.7. He didn't say anything. David? I need to go talk to James. Hartley? Yeah. Call me after. He hung up, took the elevator to 12. Legal occupied the east side. Hartley's office was a corner, only one with a door. Hartley was at his desk. 63, former DOJ, hired because David wanted someone who'd seen a federal investigation from the inside. Gray suit, reading glasses, a glass of water on the desk, no coaster, some ring stain on the wood from years of the same habit. David closed the door, sat. Tell me you already know. Hartley took off his glasses. Shaw called me Monday. Monday. 2 days ago, before the meeting. He told you before he told me. He informed me as a courtesy, said the company would benefit from internal counsel being prepared. Hartley set his glasses on the desk. I've been reviewing the charter provisions since Monday morning. And I think you need outside help. I have you. You have me for corporate governance and regulatory compliance, What you're describing is a different kind of problem. Hartley opened his desk drawer, took out a card, put it on the desk between them. Black, metal, heavy enough that it didn't slide. What is this? Crisis management. Not the PR kind. The real kind. I don't need crisis management. I need to prove the audit is wrong. David, you have 14 days before your own board potentially moves to remove you from a company you built. You need someone who's seen this before. Who is it? I don't know the principal. A former client referred me. I've never met them. David picked up the card. Heavy. Titanium, maybe. No name. No firm. No phone number. One side blank. The other had a QR code. Small. Centered. There's no name on this. No. There's no number. Scan the code. David held his phone over the QR code. A URL. A phone number. A scheduling interface. Minimal. No branding. He put the phone down, tilted the card under the overhead light. He scanned it again, so same URL, same scheduling interface, so he scanned it again. Different URL, different phone number, same scheduling interface. James? Yeah, yo. The code changed. I know. David turned the card over. Blank. Turned it back. The QR code sat in the center of the black field. Tiny. Precise. No name. No firm. Just a way in. 14 days. Chapter 3. Intake. The intake file on David Chen was 47 pages by 6 a.m. Thursday. Yasmin had been in the war room since 5. She spread the printout across the table. Glass walls smoked to black. Kroll audit summary on her left. Meridian org chart on her right. Cortado going cold between them. 4 employee complaints filed with HR over 8 months. All alleging pressure to maintain data retention past statutory deletion windows. All 4 employees reported to people who reported to Chen. The complaints were spaced evenly. 1 every 2 months. Formal language. Similar phrasing. 2 of the 4 used the same sentence structure to describe the pressure. She underlined those sentences and wrote, template, in the margin. Wire transfers to 3 shell entities in Singapore. Each traced through 2 layers of corporate registration to a holding company called Liangdao Capital. She pulled the incorporation records Priya had flagged. Liangdao was registered in September. Chen's subsidiary, Meridian Analytics Partners, was created the following January. She circled the dates, wrote Ho in the margin. The $2.3 billion in flag transactions ran through accounts Chen had signatory authority over. Every authorization flowed down from his office. No lateral approvals. No secondary sign-offs. Clean. Organized. Point in one direction. She circled a name on the org chart. Fong, Robert, former VP of Compliance, left 11 months ago, already lawyered up. Her phone buzzed. Nathan, table 4, noon. She wrote back, his or ours? Ours. She closed the file, squared the pages, and took the elevator down to 1140. Luce was small. 15 tables, Northern Italian, white tablecloths. The maitre d' knew her. Ms. Khalil, table 4. Anyone arrive? Not yet. She sat facing the door. Back corner, 2 exits visible. The espresso arrived in 90 seconds. She drank half and set the cup down without a sound. David Chen walked in at 11:58. Dark suit, no tie, collar off center on the left. He sat before the host could pull the chair. You're Yasmin. I'm Yasmin. Nathan said I should bring everything. Nathan says a lot of things. She opened the menu. Start with what happened. Chen put a leather folio on the table. His hands stayed on it. 3 days ago, I walked into what I thought was a quarterly review. Shaw had formed an audit committee behind my back. Nobody told me. He presented access logs, vendor payments, employee complaints, all pointing at me. And you're saying it's fabricated. The access logs use dashes in the employee IDs. Our system doesn't generate dashes. My wife caught it. We know about Sarah. We know about the Kroll audit, the Torres FOIA requests, Fong's outside counsel. Yasmin closed the menu. What we don't know is whether you did it. I didn't. Everyone who sits in that chair says they didn't do it. Most of them are lying. I'm not most of them. The waiter approached. Yasmin ordered the branzino without looking. Chen asked for water. You should eat. I'm not hungry. Eat anyway. Chen glanced at the menu. The risotto. The waiter left. Chen's hands went back to the folio. 12 days, he said. Shaw gave me 14 on Tuesday. That was 2 days ago. Tell me about the subsidiary. Meridian Analytics Partners. Data analytics platform for institutional clients. 18 months old. I set it up. Shaw approved the budget. Full board vote. And the vendor payments? Legitimate. Data processing. Cloud. Compliance consulting. Every invoice is in here. He pushed the folio across the table. Emails, access logs, internal audit, vendor contracts, board minutes. Yasmin looked at the stack, then at Chen. This is everything. Everything I have. If I go through this and find something you didn't mention, we're done. Nathan doesn't do surprises. There's nothing to find. She squared the stack against the table edge and pulled the first page. The branzino arrived. She ate and read. Chen drank water. Who benefits if you're removed? Shaw consolidates the board. He's been pushing to take Meridian private for 6 months. I've been blocking it because the offer undervalues us by 40%, and 3 of Shaw's co-investors are on the buyer side. That's in here? Board communications, the privatization proposal, his conflict disclosures, what there are of them. Yasmin turned pages. She stopped on the incorporation record for Liangdao Capital. Read it again. Mr. Chen. Yeah. You said MAP launched 18 months ago. January of last year. Liangdao Capital was registered in September, 4 months before your subsidiary existed. Chen took the page, turned it over, read the back, and turned it again. I've never heard of Liangdao Capital. The nominee directors JKL trustees, Singapore. Beneficial ownership is sealed. I don't know these names. Does Shaw have business in Singapore? His PE fund has a Southeast Asia allocation. Singapore, Jakarta, Bangkok. She pulled another page from the stack. The vendor payment records. 3 transfers to Liangdao's downstream entities, all dated after MAP launched. She lined them up next to the incorporation record. Then she stopped. The vendor contracts listed a compliance consulting firm called Whitfield Meridian Advisory. She'd missed it on the first pass. The name was buried on page 31 of the folio, 1 line item on a subcontractor schedule. Mr. Saul Chen, what is Whitfield Meridian Advisory? A compliance consultancy. We retained them for the DOJ contract renewal. When? March of last year. Yasmin pulled the Meridian org chart from her stack. She ran her finger down the list of board-appointed advisors. Whitfield Meridian Advisory was not on it. She opened the Kroll audit summary. Page 9. The auditor had sourced its data access analysis from 3 independent inputs. The third was listed as WMA Compliance Review, dated November. The Kroll audit cites a compliance review from WMA, November. Okay. You retained them in March for the DOJ renewal. That's a different engagement. Different scope, yes. So, who hired them for the November review? Chen looked at the page. I didn't. It's not in your board minutes. No. It's not in the folio you gave me. No. Someone retained Whitfield Meridian Advisory to produce a compliance review in November that became a source document for the Kroll audit. That engagement doesn't appear in any board authorization you have. It doesn't appear in the vendor payment records you gave me. She set down her fork. Who authorized it? Chen stared at the page. His risotto sat untouched, condensation forming on the water glass next to it. I don't know. The audit that's being used to remove you in 12 days relies on a compliance review that nobody authorized and nobody paid for through normal channels. Chen picked up his water glass, put it down, picked it up again. That's not in the file Shaw gave me. No, it wouldn't be. Yasmin signaled for the check. She wrote "not performing" on the margin of the Kroll summary, next to the WMA citation. Does that mean you're taking the case? It means I need to make a phone call. The check arrived. She placed a card without looking at the total. She was back on 50 by 12:40. Nathan's door was open. She sat across from his desk and put the folio down. He handed over everything. First meeting, all of it. Nathan didn't look up from his screen. And? The shell entities predate the subsidiary by 4 months. Someone built the offshore structure before Chen's initiative existed. We knew the timeline was off. There's something else. She opened the Kroll summary to page 9. The audit relies on 3 source documents. 2 are internal. The third is a compliance review from a firm called Whitfield Meridian Advisory, dated November. So, Chen retained WMA in March for a DOJ contract renewal. Different engagement, different scope. The November review is a separate retention. It's not in the board minutes. It's not in Chen's vendor records. It's not in anything he gave me. Nathan looked up. Someone hired WMA to produce a review that became the foundation of the Kroll audit. Chen didn't authorize it. The board minutes don't reflect it. The money came from somewhere, but not from any payment channel Chen controls. Priya. Already calling her. What's your read? Yasmin stood, set up the war room. That's not what I asked. My read is the evidence against Chen was assembled, not discovered. The offshore structure was pre-built. The compliance review was commissioned outside normal channels and fed directly to Kroll. Somebody spent months constructing this before Chen walked into that boardroom. That's an assessment, not a read. The read is in the file. She tapped the margin note. Not performing. He gave us everything on the first meeting. No conditions, no holdbacks, no negotiation over scope. He ordered risotto and didn't eat it. He didn't ask about fees. Nathan closed his laptop. Set up the war room. Full narrative map by morning. That's a yes? That's a, we have 12 days, and someone has been building this since September. Go. Yasmin walked to the door. Stopped. Nathan. Yeah. Whitfield Meridian Advisory. The name. What about it? Whitfield Meridian. The client's company name is in the vendor name. A compliance firm hired to review Meridian that has Meridian in its own name. Nathan was quiet for 3 seconds. Pull the WMA incorporation. Everything. Formation date, principals, registered agent. Already on it. She walked to the war room and smoked the glass. Opened her laptop. Called Priya. 2 things. First, full corporate trace on Liangdao Capital. Nominee directors JKL trustees, Singapore. Beneficial ownership sealed. Timeline. Yesterday. Second, I need everything on a firm called Whitfield Meridian Advisory. Formation date, state of incorporation, principals, registered agent, any SEC or state bar filings. Never heard of them. Neither had Chen. They produced a compliance review that anchors the entire Kroll audit. Nobody at Meridian authorized the engagement. Find out who they are. That's 2 corporate traces and a Shaw fund structure. Start with WMA. If that firm was created for this, the formation date will tell us. Created for what? Created to produce the document that ends David Chen's career. Call me when you have the incorporation. She hung up, pulled the Kroll summary back to the WMA citation. Page 9, 1 line, WMA compliance review, dated November. A single source document buried in the methodology section that the entire audit rested on. If Whitfield Meridian Advisory was a real firm with a real history, this was a governance dispute. Shaw hired a consultant. The consultant found problems. The problems were real or they weren't. If Whitfield Meridian Advisory was incorporated in the last 12 months, in the same window as Liangdao Capital, by the same nominee structures, then someone hadn't just built a case against David Chen. Someone had built a company to build the case. Her phone buzzed. Priya, WMA Incorporated, August, Delaware, 1 month before Liangdao. Yasmin set the phone on the table. August, 1 month before September, 5 months before Chen's subsidiary launched, 5 months before there was anything to investigate. She picked the phone back up. Who signed the incorporation? 3 dots. Then, working on it. The registered agent is a corporate services firm in Wilmington. Same one that handles Shaw's domestic entities. Yasmin stared at the screen. Then she typed 1 word to Nathan. August. His reply came in 4 seconds. Get everyone in the war room. She looked at the clock on her laptop. 1:07 p.m. 11 days and 22 hours left on the board's clock. The other side had been building since August. She opened a new document and typed the first line of the narrative map. Who is Whitfield Meridian Advisory, and who told them what to find? Chapter 4. Velocity. 3 columns, 14 rows, 8 months of data pinned to the war room wall by 5:12 a.m. The coffee from the machine down the hall had gone cold twice. Priya dumped the second cup at 4:40 and didn't replace it. The fluorescent panel above the whiteboard had a flicker. Every 11 seconds. She'd counted. The timeline was almost complete. 3 holes she couldn't fill. She marked them in red and kept working. The printouts curled at the edges. Cheap toner, cheap paper. She'd crossed out 2 versions of the FINRA sequence and rewritten it a 3rd time on the back of a meridian org chart. The red marker was running dry. She shook it, drew 1 more line, and set it down. The war room glass was still smoked from yesterday. Yasmin's cortado ring was still on the table. Nobody had cleaned. Good. Priya worked better in rooms that looked like someone had already lost sleep in them. At 6:30, she stood and stretched. Her back popped twice. The city was starting up outside. Garbage trucks on 6th. A siren somewhere south, Doppler fading. She pressed her forehead against the cold glass for 4 seconds, then turned back to the wall. The door opened at 6:51. Yasmin walked in carrying 2 cups from the place on 53rd. She stopped when she saw the wall. "How long have you been here?" "Since 3. Yasmin handed her a coffee. Priya took it. Steam rose between them. The cup was hot and Priya held it with both hands for a moment before setting it beside the dead marker. "Nathan's 5 minutes out." "Good." Priya stepped back from the wall. "This changes the case." Yasmin didn't sit. She walked to the wall, studied the columns, traced a line with her finger from the first entry to the last. Her nail stopped on October 9th. She tapped it once. "Walk me through it." "I want Nathan here." "Walk me through it now. If it doesn't hold with me, you don't get his full attention. You get 5 minutes and a maybe." Priya looked at the wall, looked at Yasmin. The fluorescent panel flickered. June 14th. Whitfield Capital appoints a new portfolio manager to the Meridian account. Gerald Tanis. Board appointed. His first directive lands 3 days later. Shift allocation from the growth fund to a fixed income vehicle that hasn't outperformed in 6 quarters. Portfolio managers make allocation calls. That's the job. 1 call, sure, but there are 14. Priya tapped the column. 14 directives over 8 months. Each one moves money. Each one creates a paper trail. Every single one originates from Tanis. Tanis could be incompetent. Tanis ran a $4 billion book at Citadel for 7 years. He's not incompetent. Yasmin took a sip of her coffee, held it, swallowed. Who appointed him? Governance Committee, chaired by Shaw. That's by itself, not in context. Yasmin turned from the wall and leaned against the table edge. She crossed her ankles. Her shoes were wet from the walk. Priya noticed because Yasmin never looked anything less than precise. It was raining. Then, the door opened. Nathan walked in, coat still on, phone in his hand, a leather portfolio under his arm. He didn't open. He looked at the wall, then at Priya, then at Yasmin. "Tell me this is worth canceling my 7 o'clock." "Sit down," Priya said. Nathan didn't sit. He set the portfolio on the table and leaned against it, arms crossed. The coat stayed on. Priya read that as, "I'm giving you 10 minutes unless you give me a reason." 3 reporters are working Meridian stories right now, Priya said. Gould at the Journal, Peterman at Bloomberg, Asari at ProPublica. All 3 started within the same 11-day window, October 9th through the 20th. Reporters find things on their own. That's what they do. 3 reporters, same subject, same window, 3 different delivery methods. Priya pulled a sheet from the second column. Gould's working from an anonymous encrypted email. October 9th. Peterman got a phone call. October 14th from someone inside Whitfield who fed her internal allocation reports. Asari received a physical package, postmarked October 12th, printed documents. Nathan studied the sheet. His eyes moved left to right. He turned it over, checked the back. Blank. He set it down. So, someone at Meridian is leaking. A leak is one person talking to one reporter. This is distribution. Or 3 unhappy employees who all hit their breaking point the same month. With 3 different delivery methods, email, phone, physical mail, that's not frustration. That's operational security. Someone seeded 3 separate channels to make it look independent. Can you prove that? No. Priya kept her voice level. I can show the pattern. I can't prove a single origin point. Not yet. Then it's inference. It's inference supported by the next piece. Yasmin pulled a chair out and sat. Her coffee was in her left hand. She hadn't set it down since she walked in. Let her finish. Nathan uncrossed his arms. October 1st, Priya said. 8 days before Gould's tip, someone files a regulatory inquiry with FINRA. Not a complaint. An inquiry, asking about allocation oversight procedures at Meridian. Who filed it? Anonymous. I've been trying to trace it since 4 this morning. FINRA won't disclose, and the filing protocol doesn't require identification for preliminary inquiries. So you don't know who? I don't know who. I know what it did. She let that sit. The ventilation system cycled. A duct somewhere above the ceiling ticked and settled. The inquiry triggers automatic disclosure requirements. Meridian has to produce allocation records, oversight documentation, compliance reports. Those disclosures generate the exact documents that show up in Asari's package 10 days later. Nathan pushed off the table. He walked to the wall. Close. His face was 8 inches from the timeline. Priya watched him read the dates the way she'd read them at 3 a.m. Left to right, then backwards. Someone filed the inquiry knowing what it would produce, Priya said. Then mailed the output to a reporter. That requires knowledge of FINRA's disclosure protocols. Specific knowledge. A compliance lawyer could do that. A compliance lawyer could. A disgruntled employee couldn't. The filing is surgical. She pulled a crumpled sheet from the stack she'd pushed aside. I spent 2 hours on the wrong theory first. Thought it was a Category 3 filing, whistleblower protection, because that's what a disgruntled employee would use. Pulled everything on Category 3, dead end. The actual filing was Category 7, allocation oversight. There are 9 categories. 7 produce nothing useful. Whoever filed this skipped the obvious ones and picked the one that opened exactly the right drawer. That's not an angry employee guessing. That's someone who reads FINRA disclosure rules for a living. Nathan didn't turn from the wall. You're building a circumstantial case. I'm building a timeline. The case is what the timeline shows. He stepped back, put his hands in his pockets, stared at the 3 red marks where Priya's data stopped. She waited. 30 seconds of silence. 40. Yasmin spoke from her chair. The 4 employees who filed HR complaints against Chen. I went through them again last night. Priya looked at her. This wasn't in the briefing. 2 of them used identical sentence structure. Same phrasing about the pressure they received. I flagged it yesterday as a possible template language. Yasmin set her coffee down. The cup made a small sound on the glass. I pulled their personnel files this morning. All 4 report to managers who were hired or reassigned in the last 12 months. All 4 managers report to the governance committee through TANIS. You're saying the complainants were directed? I'm saying someone put those 4 people in a position to complain and gave them the language to do it. I don't know if the employees knew. They might have believed every word. Nathan turned from the wall. That's a bigger claim than Priya's. Priya has the data architecture. I'm looking at the human architecture. They match. Who had access to those employees? Nathan asked. Yasmin leaned forward, both hands on the table. They're direct managers, who were appointed by the governance committee, which means whoever sits on that committee had the ability to position specific people in specific roles with specific instructions. Shaw chairs the committee, but I don't have his fingerprints on the employee placements. I have the committee's. That's not the same thing. It's close, Priya said. Close doesn't hold up, Yasmin said. Not for what you're suggesting. Priya picked up the dead red marker and turned it in her fingers. She'd been here since 3 a.m. She'd thrown out 2 versions of this timeline and rebuilt it from scratch, and the 2 people she needed were poking the same holes she'd already poked alone in the dark. She set the marker down harder than she meant to. It rolled to the table edge and stopped. Nathan put his hands back in his pockets. Priya. What else? The forums. She opened her laptop on the table. The screen threw blue light across the printouts. Fin Ledger. Meridian-specific threads. Starting in August, 12 weeks before the reporters. I don't care about forum chatter. You should. 7 accounts. All created within the same month. All posting exclusively about Meridian. No other topics. No engagement history. No replies to other threads. They post questions and disappear. What kind of questions? Has anyone looked at the Q2 Growth Fund rebalancing? Interesting shift in the fixed income allocation. Not accusations. Questions. Breadcrumbs. Sock puppets, Yasmin said. Building a narrative baseline. By the time the reporters start calling sources, those sources have already seen the posts. The questions are in the water. The reporters aren't breaking a story. They're confirming something that was planted months ago. Can you trace the accounts? VPN. Clean registrations. No profile photos, no linked accounts, no reuse of handles anywhere else I can find. I don't have subpoena power. Nathan. I can show you the creation dates and the posting pattern. I can't show you who's behind them. She closed the laptop. The blue light vanished. The fluorescent flicker returned to dominance. Nathan walked to the window. Traffic was building on 6th. A delivery truck was double-parked below, hazards blinking. He stood there with his back to the room. Yasmin caught Priya's eye. Priya shook her head slightly. Let him process. A full minute passed. Priya counted to 60 in her head. At 42, Yasmin picked up her coffee and drank. At 58, Nathan spoke. The timeline. Put it together for me. Start to finish. 14 months ago, Shaw joins Meridian's board. 8 months ago, Tanis is appointed. The directives start 14 decisions over 8 months that build a paper trail of mismanagement. 12 weeks ago, the forum accounts appear. 8 weeks ago, the FINRA inquiry is filed. 6 weeks ago, the 3 reporters are seated. 2 weeks ago, Shaw presents the audit to the board and starts the 14-day clock. And the board vote? November 7th. Gould publishes Thursday, 3 days before. Peterman is 2 weeks out. Asari's doing long form, at least a month. But once Gould hits, the others accelerate. They won't hold back when someone else has the story. So the first story lands inside the voting window. The first story lands. The regulatory inquiry becomes public record. The forum posts get cited as growing industry concerns. Peterman and Asari race to publish before the vote. By November 7th, there are 3 major stories and a regulatory investigation. The board votes to restructure management. Chen is out. Nathan turned from the window. His face was flat. No expression Priya could read. You said you can't trace the FINRA filing. Can't trace the forum accounts. Can't prove the reporter tips came from a single source. Correct. So what do you actually have? Architecture. Priya stood. She walked to the wall and put her hand next to the first column. 14 directives. 3 reporters seated simultaneously. 1 regulatory inquiry filed at exactly the right time to produce exactly the right documents. 7 sock puppet accounts building narrative groundwork. A board vote on a timeline that converges with all of it. She dropped her hand. I have the building. I don't have the architect's signature on the blueprints. Shaw is the most logical candidate, Yasmin said. He chairs governance. He appointed Tanis. He scheduled the vote. He presented the audit. Most logical isn't proof, Nathan said. No, but combine Priya's data with the human side, the employee placements, the complaint language, the reporting lines. Someone built this from the inside. Nathan. Shaw had the access, the authority, and the motive. Motive? Chen mentioned a privatization proposal he's been blocking. 6 months. I haven't verified the buyer side yet, but if Shaw's co-investors are on it. Yasmin paused. If the deal goes through with Chen out, the acquisition discount on a $14 billion company could be significant. I don't have the cap table. I don't know the exact number. Ballpark. 40% discount at that valuation is over $5 billion in value creation. But I'm estimating I need the actual investor syndicate before I'd put that in front of anyone. Chen told me about the conflict yesterday, Yasmin added. He flagged it to his board liaison in August, filed it formally. Who was his liaison? Shaw. Nathan rubbed his eyes with the heels of his hands. The coat still hadn't come off. Priya marked that. He'd planned to leave quickly. He wasn't leaving. Chen reported the problem to the person causing it, Priya said. Shaw took the meeting. No minutes. No follow-up. Chen's word against Shaw's. Do we have the meeting on Chen's calendar? Date and time. No agenda. No notes. Shaw's assistant confirmed the meeting happened. That's it. Nathan sat down for the first time. He pulled the timeline printout toward him and read it again, line by line. His finger tracked each entry. The room was quiet. The fluorescent flickered. The ventilation ticked. Outside, a horn sounded and faded. This level of orchestration, Nathan said. He didn't look up. The regulatory play, the media seeding, the forum campaign, the internal employee positioning, that's not one person working nights and weekends. No. That's a professional operation. Infrastructure. Coordination across channels with no overlap or cross-contamination. That takes experience. Yes. How many firms in New York could run something like this? Priya had been waiting for this question since 4 a.m. She'd written the answer on a scrap of paper, looked at it, and thrown the paper away. At this level, 5. Name them. Kessler Strategic, Harmon Gray, Brunswick, Sloan Whitfield. Nathan looked at her. The printout was still under his hand. That's 4. The fluorescent flickered. The ventilation hummed. Yasmin's coffee sat cold on the table. The city was awake outside the black glass, and the room held still. The 5th, Nathan said. Priya didn't answer. Nathan stood. He picked his coat off the chair where it had finally landed. He looked at the wall one more time. 3 columns. 14 rows. 3 red marks where the data stopped and inference began. Find out if it's us. Chapter 5. The Retainer. Thursday. The story would break by Monday. Maybe sooner. The war room seated 12. 6 chairs occupied. The whiteboard was clean. Nathan had erased it himself at 6:30 a.m. He stood at the head of the table with his back to the window. Coffee untouched. The printout from Priya's narrative map was face down on the table in front of his chair. We're taking the Chen case. Nina Park set her pen down. No. It wasn't a question. Then I'm registering my objection. Nina opened the folder in front of her. The Kroll audit identifies $2.3 billion in suspicious transactions. Claridge Partners flagged a systemic compliance failures across 3 divisions. The board has a 14-day termination window and every reason to use it. If David Chen is guilty, and we've attached REDACT's name to his defense, we don't recover from that. Nathan pulled out a chair, sat. What else? Vanessa Torres at the Record has the story. She's had it for at least a week based on Priya's velocity mapping. When it breaks, anyone standing next to Chen gets hit. Nina looked around the table. That's us. That's all of us. Jack Whelan leaned back in his chair. Torres has been working the compliance angle. 2 sources minimum, probably 3. She's not going to sit on it much longer. How long? 48 hours. Maybe less. She's got a Monday or Tuesday print window, but if someone else gets close, she'll push it up. Nathan placed both hands flat on the table. Priya. Priya Rahman opened her laptop. 3 reporters were seated in a 40-hour window. Torres is furthest along, but the other 2 have enough to run a thinner version. The story goes public by Tuesday at the latest. Probably Monday. And the evidence. 14 directives routed through Whitfield Consulting to the Governance Subcommittee over 8 months. Timestamp architecture on the compliance documents shows 15-minute intervals. Uniform. No deviation. Priya paused. Real compliance failures don't look like that. Nina shook her head. That's interesting, not exculpatory. A judge won't care about timestamp intervals. We're not in front of a judge. Nathan looked at her. We're in front of a board and a news cycle. Different court. The evidence is strong, Nathan. The evidence is too good. He let that sit. Real misconduct leaves gaps. People forget to file things. They send the wrong version. They CC someone they shouldn't have. This doesn't have gaps. Every document is present. Every timestamp is clean. Every trail leads exactly where it's supposed to lead. That could mean Chen ran a tight operation. It could. But you don't think so. I think the case against him was built, not found. That's not the same thing, but it's enough. Nina closed her folder, opened it again, and the 14 days. 14 days to undo 14 months. We've had worse odds. When? Nathan didn't answer. Tom Brandt had been writing in his notebook since Nathan sat down. He looked up now, waiting. Yasmin Khalil watched from the far end of the table with her arms crossed. I need the room for 10 minutes. Nathan took out his phone. Then we assign. They filed out. Nina last. She stopped in the doorway. If this goes wrong, I need it on record that I objected. It's on record. I want it in writing. Then write it. You know where the forms are. She left. The glass wall showed her walking to her office. She sat at her desk and opened a document. Started typing. Nathan watched her for 2 seconds. Then he closed the door. He dialed, so 2 rings. This is David Chen. Nathan Ashford. We spoke through Hartley. Yes. REDACT has taken your case. Terms are non-negotiable. $250,000 retainer, wired today. Fine. We run everything. Communications, strategy, board engagement, press response. What about the board? Shaw already has the audit committee aligned. They're going to contact me. Forward everything to us. We respond on your behalf or we tell you what to say, word for word. And the 14 days? The board controls that number. If we start winning, they'll shorten it. They can do that? Shaw pushed a timeline amendment through the governance subcommittee 4 months ago. Priya found it. Silence. Short. Okay. Wire instructions within the hour. One more thing. Sarah flagged the credential errors on the Claridge audit. She did. Tell her to stop. Send us everything she has tonight. Then she stops. She's too close to you. I'll tell her. And when the story breaks, you're going to want to explain. Don't. I understand. Do you? I've run a $14 billion company for 9 years. I know what discipline looks like. Good. We'll be in touch tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Have your phone on. It's always on. Then we won't have a problem. Nathan hung up, looked at the phone for a moment. Then he opened the door. They came back in. Same seats. Tom had a fresh page open in his notebook. Jack had refilled his coffee. Nina's folder was closed. Priya's laptop was already open. Nathan remained standing this time. Assignments. Yasmin. Yasmin uncrossed her arms. Source development and board dynamics. I need the full composition of Meridian's board mapped against every other board those members sit on. Cross-directorships, shared counsel, shared advisors. And I need to know who on that board is genuinely independent and who Shaw brought in. Timeline. 48 hours. I'll have a preliminary map by morning. Good. Start with the 3 directors appointed in the last 18 months. Shaw sponsored at least 2 of them. I know. Park and Whitfield both came in through Shaw's network. Then you know where to look. Priya. Narrative tracking and clock. You're monitoring every outlet that could run this story. Torres is primary, but the two secondary reporters are live threats. I need to know the moment anyone goes to press. And I need a model of the board's decision timeline. When do they meet? When can they vote? What triggers an emergency session? Priya nodded. The board has a scheduled meeting next Thursday, but Shaw can call an emergency session with 3 members' consent. Who consents? Working on it. 2 of the 3 most likely are Shaw appointees. Names: Park and Whitfield. Work faster. Jack. Jack Whelan straightened up. Press containment. You know Torres? Worked with her at the Journal. She's careful. Won't run anything she can't source twice. That's useful. I don't want you to contact her. Not yet. But I need her sourcing pattern. Who does she call first? Who confirms? Who's on background? When we're ready to engage, you'll be the channel. And if she calls us? She won't. She doesn't know we're involved yet. When she finds out? That's when we want her to call, but not before we're ready. Jack nodded. Tom. Tom Brandt looked up from his notebook. Corporate filings. Pull every SEC filing Meridian has made in the last 18 months. Every 8K. Every proxy amendment. Every committee charter revision. I want to know what changed and when. Cross-reference against the timeline Priya built. All 18 months? Start with the last 8. That's when the directives began. I'll have it tonight. Have the 8-month pull by tonight. Start the full 18 tomorrow. Flag anything that changed in the committee charters. Membership changes, voting thresholds, quorum rules. That's a lot of filings. That's why I'm giving you until tomorrow. Nathan looked at each of them. 5 people. 4 days until the board's scheduled meeting. Maybe less if Shaw forced an emergency session. Questions? Yasmin raised a hand. Client conflicts? If Shaw sits on Meridian's board and we're taking the other side, do we have exposure with any current clients? Sarah. Sarah Kessler had been sitting at the far corner. She opened her tablet. We have 12 active clients right now. Client 7 has Meridian exposure. What kind of exposure? Retained us 8 months ago. Board-level engagement. Their mandate was reputational risk assessment for a potential acquisition. Standard scope. Final report delivered in August. Retainer renewed in September. Which client? Sarah glanced at her tablet. Vantage Capital Partners. Nina leaned forward. If Vantage has Meridian exposure and we're representing Chen against a Meridian board action, that's a conflict. It's a potential conflict, Nathan said. Not an actual one. Not yet. Nathan. I heard you. Flag it. We don't act on it until we know what the exposure looks like. Sarah made a note. There's one other thing. I was updating the cross-reference files this morning. One of Vantage's board members sits on 2 other boards. Names. I'll pull the full list. Pull it now. Sarah tapped through 3 screens. The tablet reflected off the glass wall behind her. Tom stopped writing. Jack set down his coffee. The board member is Marcus Shaw. He sits on Vantage's board, Callaway Industrial's board, and Meridian's board. The room went quiet. Nina looked at Nathan. Nathan looked at Sarah's tablet. 8 months ago, Nathan said. Vantage retained us 8 months ago. Correct. The same window, Shaw's directives started flowing through Whitfield to Meridian's governance subcommittee. Sarah didn't respond. She didn't have that context. Priya did. The first directive was 8 months ago. Shaw joined the governance subcommittee 10 months ago. He joined Meridian's board 14 months ago. And Vantage's board 19 months ago, 5 months before Meridian. 5 months. Nathan let that number sit in the room. He joined Vantage first, then Meridian, then the directives started. That's the sequence, Priya said. Nathan held up a hand. The room went still. Send me the Vantage file. Full engagement history, every contact, every deliverable. Tonight? Now? Sarah stood and left. Nathan placed both palms on the table again. He looked at the assignments written on the whiteboard behind Yasmin's head. 5 names, 5 lanes, 0 overlap. That was how REDACT operated. No redundancy, no committee decisions. Each person ran their lane and reported to Nathan. Looked at the clock. 6:47 p.m. That's it for tonight. Priya, Yasmin, stay for 5 minutes. Everyone else, go. Tom gathered his notebook. Jack pushed back from the table. Nina stood, buttoned her jacket, and paused. The conflict question isn't going away. I know. If Shaw retained us through Vantage to map our process, to understand how we work before building this campaign against Chen, that's not a conflict. That's compromise. I know. Nina left. The room emptied to 3. Nathan sat down for the first time since the call with David. Yasmin, your board mapping exercise. Start with Shaw. Already planned to. Every board he sits on, every committee, every appointment in the last 2 years. I want to know if Vantage was the only dry run or if there are others. Yasmin stood. I'll have something by 6 a.m. She left. Priya remained. You want me to model something? Shaw retained us 8 months ago. Through Vantage. A board-level reputational risk engagement. He watched how we work, learned our methodology. Then he built a campaign against Chen that would eventually land on our desk. Priya closed her laptop. Or he retained us to create the conflict. So when Chen comes to us, we have to turn him away. Nathan looked at her. Run both scenarios. I need to know which one by morning. Priya left. Nathan sat alone in the war room. The whiteboard showed 4 names and 4 assignments. The clock read 6:52 p.m. Outside the smoked glass, the office was emptying. Workstation monitors going dark one by one. He opened his laptop, navigated to the client management system, typed in the access code for Client 7, Vantage Capital Partners. The engagement file loaded. Retention date, June 14th. Scope, board-level reputational risk assessment. Primary contact, board liaison, office of the chair. Fee, $180. Status, active. Last contact, 3 weeks ago. Sarah had handled it. A routine check-in call. Nothing flagged. He scrolled to the board composition page. 7 members. Shaw's name was 3rd on the list. He clicked through to Shaw's profile. 2 additional board seats listed under external affiliations. Callaway Industrial, Meridian Technologies. Nathan closed the laptop, opened it again, pulled up Priya's timeline from that afternoon. Shaw joined Meridian's board 14 months ago. Shaw joined Vantage's board 19 months ago. Vantage retained REDACT 8 months ago. He picked up his phone, put it down. Marcus Shaw had been on Vantage's board for 19 months. He knew how REDACT worked. He knew the methodology, the team structure, the response playbook, and 8 months ago, he had paid REDACT $180 for the privilege of learning it. Chapter 6. The Story Breaks. Day 1. 13 days remaining. The phone woke him at 5:47 a.m. David reached for it on the nightstand. Sarah's side of the bed was empty. She'd gone to the office at 4. Something about the credential logs. The screen showed 11 missed calls, 3 voicemails, a text from James Hartley, Meridian's general counsel. Call me immediately. He opened the browser. He didn't need to search. It was the top result on every financial news aggregator, every tech feed, every single page he loaded. Meridian CEO oversaw irregular data access patterns, internal audit finds. Alan Cross, The Times. David sat on the edge of the bed. He read the headline again. He read the byline. He read the subhead. Internal documents reveal pattern of unauthorized data queries tied to CEO credentials, raising questions about 14B KYC firm's compliance framework. He tapped the article. It was 200 words, sourced to 4 people described as individuals familiar with the internal review. It cited specific dates, specific access logs, specific database tables. It quoted from what it called a confidential audit memorandum that described a systematic pattern of irregular data access spanning 11 months, originating from credentials assigned to CEO David Chen. David scrolled to the 3rd paragraph. The access patterns, first flagged by Meridian's internal compliance team in late September, show hundreds of queries to restricted KYC verification databases during off hours, including weekends and holidays. Several of the queries targeted client identity records that fall outside the scope of routine executive oversight, according to 3 people who reviewed the audit findings. He scrolled further. Paragraph 7 quoted, "A person with direct knowledge of the audit committee's deliberations." The quote, "There's a pattern here that cannot be explained by routine system maintenance or executive curiosity." Paragraph 9 named the L5 designation. Paragraph 11 referenced the 72-hour deletion window. Paragraph 14 cited the specific database tables by their internal naming convention. Thanked raw, biometric, Tident, verify, archive, names that existed only inside Meridian's system documentation. Someone had given Cross the technical documentation, not a summary. The actual table names. His phone rang. James Hartley. I'm reading it now. David scrolled back to the top. No, I don't have a statement prepared. He listened. Everything goes through REDACT from this point. Nathan Ashford. He listened. I understand. 8 o'clock. I'll be there. He listened. James, who else on the board has called you? He listened. Shaw. And who else? He listened. All 3 of them, before 6 a.m. He listened. All 3 called you, not me, not the CEO. They called the general counsel. He listened. That's not protocol, James. That's coordination. He listened. No, I haven't spoken to anyone. You're the first call I've returned. The call ended. David looked at his phone. 14 missed calls now. 2 from board members. 1 from Meridian's head of investor relations. 3 from numbers he didn't recognize. 1 from Sarah. He called Nathan. Voicemail. He called again. Voicemail. He called the REDACT office line. It rang 6 times and went to a recorded message. He called Nathan's cell again. Voicemail. David stood up. He walked to the window. The sky over Pacific Heights was still dark. A streetlight caught the edge of the neighbor's roof. He looked at his phone. 5:54 a.m. He opened the stock tracker. Pre-market trading had started 20 minutes ago. Meridian was down 4%. He called Nathan again. Voicemail. He texted. Story is out. Times. Alan Cross. Call me. He went to the bathroom, brushed his teeth, looked at his face in the mirror. His phone buzzed on the counter. Sarah. I saw it. He leaned against the sink. The tile was cold through his socks. I know the query structure doesn't match. He listened. Sarah, I can't talk about this on the phone. Nathan said everything goes through REDACT. He listened. Neither can I. I know. He listened. How long have you been at the office? He listened. Since 4, and you saw the credential logs. He listened. We'll talk about it when I get there. Not on the phone. He ended the call. 5:58 a.m. He opened the stock tracker again. Down 4.5%. His phone rang. Michael Liang, Meridian CFO. I saw it. Michael. He listened. I can't talk to Franklin directly. Not right now. He checked the stock tracker. Down 5%. I understand he's our largest institutional holder. Tell him the company will be issuing a statement through counsel. He listened. I know he's going to sell. Tell his people to call Hartley. Forward everything to REDACT. He listened. Michael, how many calls have you gotten? He listened. 11. And it's not even 6. He listened. Who else? Bloomberg. Who at Bloomberg? He listened. Jessica Tran. She texted me too. Don't talk to her. Don't talk to anyone. Not until REDACT clears a statement. He listened. Michael. The numbers in the article. The database table names. Those are internal. T. KY raw. Biometric. That's not in any public filing. That's not in the SOC 2 report. That name only exists in our system architecture docs. He listened. Exactly. Someone gave Cross our internal documentation. Not a leak from someone who read a memo. A leak from someone with access to the technical layer. He listened. I know who has access. I'm not saying it on the phone. David ended the call. He got dressed. Dark suit. White shirt. No tie. He looked at himself in the bathroom mirror for 3 seconds, then picked up his phone. 6:04 a.m. 21 missed calls. He tried Nathan again. Voicemail. He walked downstairs. The house was dark. He turned on the kitchen light. The kitchen looked the same as it had 12 hours ago. Same counter. Same laptop. Same stack of mail Sarah hadn't opened. He made coffee. The machine took 90 seconds. He watched the stream fill the mug. He didn't drink it. His phone rang. A number he didn't recognize. Bay Area prefix. He didn't answer. It rang again. Different number. He didn't answer that one either. A text from Margaret Liu, board member. David, I just saw the article. I want you to know I haven't spoken to anyone. Call me when you can. Another text from a number he didn't have saved. Mr. Chen, this is Jessica Tran from Bloomberg. We're preparing a story on the Meridian audit and would appreciate a comment. My deadline is 8 a.m. Pacific. He put the phone face down on the counter. He opened the article again on his laptop and read it from the beginning. The sourcing was precise, not vague, not hedged. Whoever gave Cross this material had given him documents, not summaries. The article quoted timestamp ranges. It referenced specific database table names. It described the audit committee's initial response in language that tracked almost word for word with the L5 memorandum Marcus Shaw had circulated at the board meeting 4 days ago. The L5 memo. David had read it once, in the boardroom, on a printed copy Shaw collected afterward. He hadn't been given a copy to keep. Shaw had said it was pre-decisional. Now the Times had it. David's phone buzzed. A text from a number he didn't have saved. This is Priya Rahman from REDACT. Nathan is on a call. He'll reach you in 10 minutes. Do not speak to press, board, or investors until he does. Acknowledge receipt. He typed, received. He looked at the stock tracker, down 6%. He poured the coffee down the sink and made another cup. His hands were moving too fast. He set the mug on the counter and placed both palms flat on the granite. Cold. Steady. He counted to 5. 6:11 a.m. The article had a sidebar. What are KYC access patterns? A primer. It explained, for a general audience, what Know Your Customer databases contained. Names, addresses, government identification numbers, banking relationships. The sidebar noted that unauthorized access to such records could constitute violations of multiple federal privacy statutes. David's phone rang. Nathan Ashford. I've been calling you for 20 minutes. He sat down at the kitchen table. The stock is down 6% in pre-market. He listened. What do we do? He listened longer this time. 13 days, he repeated. He listened. Sarah says the access patterns in the article don't match the actual architecture. The query structure is wrong. The database tables they reference don't connect the way the article describes. He listened. Good? How's that good? Nathan talked for 30 seconds. David didn't interrupt. He picked up a pen from the counter and pressed the cap against the table. They're going to ask me about the substance. At the board meeting this morning. He listened. On advice of counsel, I'm not able to discuss the specifics of any ongoing review. That's it? He listened. And if they vote to suspend me, he listened. They can't call an emergency vote without 14 days' notice. You're sure? He listened. But Shaw will try. He listened. Nathan. David's voice dropped. I didn't do this. He listened. I need you to know that. Nathan's response was short. Go to the board meeting. Read the statement. Call when it's over. The call ended. David picked up the coffee. It was cold again. He checked the stock tracker. Down 7.5%. 6:23 a.m. The market hadn't even opened yet. His phone buzzed. Text from Sarah. Turn on CNBC. He found the remote on the side table. Turned on the television. A panel of 3 analysts, none of whom he'd ever met, discussing Meridian Technologies. A graphic in the corner showed the stock price with a red arrow pointing down. The chyron read, Meridian CEO under scrutiny after internal audit reveals data access concerns. One of the analysts was talking. The question isn't whether Chen accessed the data. The question is whether the board has the governance structure to respond effectively. And frankly, when you look at the timeline here, the fact that this audit was initiated internally and then leaked externally suggests a pretty significant breakdown in... David turned it off. The screen went black. He could see his own reflection. Kitchen. Suit. No tie. A man standing in his own house watching strangers explain his life to other strangers. 6:31 a.m., down 8%. He put on his shoes, called the car service, stood in the driveway waiting. The street was quiet. A jogger passed on the opposite sidewalk. She didn't look at him. His phone buzzed. Text from Yasmin Khalil. Statement attached. Read exactly as written. Do not improvise. Nathan will be available by phone during the meeting if needed. He opened the attachment. 4 sentences. He read them twice. He read them a third time. 4 sentences. His entire response to 3,200 words in the New York Times. He counted the words in the statement. 41. 41 words against 3,200. His phone buzzed again. Text from Priya Rahman. Cross-article sourcing includes TKWake Raw biometric table name. That name is not in any public document. Source had access to internal system architecture docs. Distribution of those docs, 4 people. He stared at the text. 4 people. He could name all 4 without checking. His phone rang again. Board member. Shaw's direct line. David looked at the caller ID. He let it ring 4 times. 5. Voicemail. A text from Shaw, 30 seconds later. David, we should talk before the meeting. Call me. He didn't call. The car arrived. Black sedan. The driver opened the back door. David got in. Checked the stock tracker. 9%. He stared at the number. 9% of $14 billion. $1.26 billion in market value. Gone in less than an hour. Every percentage point was Marcus Shaw's argument made louder. Emergency measures. Accelerated review. The board acting in its fiduciary duty to protect shareholder value. The car pulled onto California Street. Morning traffic. 2 blocks ahead, a cable car was stopped. Tourists. The driver changed lanes without asking. David watched the stock ticker on his phone. The number refreshed every 15 seconds. He counted the refreshes. 4, 5, 6, 9.2, 9.4, 9.1. His phone buzzed. Sarah. The access patterns in the article. Those aren't real. I built that system. It can't do what they're saying it did. He stared at the message. He started to forward it to Nathan. His thumb hovered over the send button. Another text from Sarah. 3 dots, then the message appeared. David. Someone reconfigured the audit logs. From inside, this was done to us. David lowered the phone to his lap. The car moved through traffic. The driver checked the mirror. David didn't look up. Outside, the city was waking up. People walking to work. Coffee cups. Headphones. Nobody on the sidewalk knew. By noon, everyone would. The stock ticker refreshed. 9.3%. He did not forward the message. Chapter 7. Sources. Yasmin Khalil. Parallel parked on Greenwich Avenue at 7:40, 20 minutes early, which was the point. She fed the meter, checked her phone, and walked past the restaurant once without going in. The place was called Lena's. White brick, copper fixtures, a West Village place, $6 coffee. Tables small enough that you couldn't avoid eye contact. She went in on the second pass, took a table by the window, ordered a cortado and a sparkling water. She checked the monitoring brief on her phone. Torres had contacted 2 new sources since Monday, and Kapoor's editor had moved his deadline up by 3 days. Alan Cross arrived at 7:58, 2 minutes early. He was carrying a canvas messenger bag and wearing the same navy jacket he'd worn to 3 consecutive press dinners. He saw her immediately, which meant he'd been looking. Yasmin. Alan, sit down. I ordered you a drip. Black, right? You remember? I remember everything. It's a professional obligation. Cross sat. He set the bag on the floor between his feet, not on the empty chair, keeping it close. So, he said. So. I assume this isn't social. When has it ever been social? The Green Lake thing. You bought me a drink after. I bought you a drink because you killed a story that would have been wrong. That's not social. That's reinforcement. Cross almost smiled. The waiter brought his coffee. He wrapped both hands around the mug. I'm not killing this one, he said. I'm not asking you to. Then what are you asking? Yasmin took a sip of her cortado, set it down, centered it on the saucer. Your piece was solid, Alan. The sourcing was tight. The audit data checked out. I'm not here to tell you you got it wrong. That's new. I'm here to ask you one question. I can already tell you I'm not going to answer it. Who gave you the audit? Cross leaned back. You know, I can't tell you that. I'm not asking who. I'm asking how it arrived. Was it a phone call or a package? Cross said nothing. Yasmin waited. She picked up her water, took a drink, put it down. Cross still hadn't moved. You're good at this, he said. I'm not doing anything. You're doing exactly what you always do. You're letting the silence work. Is it working? Cross picked up his coffee, drank, set it down. I verified everything independently, he said. The audit records, the access logs, and the timeline, it all checks out. I didn't say it doesn't. Then what's your angle? I don't have an angle. I have a question you won't answer, and that's fine. But I want you to think about something. Here it comes. When a whistleblower leaks, you get a phone call at 2 a.m. You get a thumb drive in a parking lot. You get a scared person who can barely get the words out. That's what a leak looks like. Cross watched her. When someone wants a story placed, it arrives clean, indexed, ready to publish. The sourcing is already done for you. All you have to do is verify what's already been verified. That's a hell of an accusation. It's not an accusation. It's a pattern observation. You've been doing this long enough to know the difference. Cross turned the mug in his hands. 1 rotation. 2. Everything in my story is factually accurate, he said. I believe you. Then we don't have a problem. We might not, but you might. Cross looked at her. Yasmin held it. 3 seconds. 5. The story's accurate, he said again. How I got it doesn't change what's in it. No, but it might change why it exists. She put $40 on the table, stood up. Thanks for the coffee, Alan. You bought the coffee. I know. Thanks for drinking it. She was on the sidewalk before he could respond. She turned south on Greenwich and didn't look back. Yasmin called Priya Rahman from the car. She pulled out of the spot on Greenwich and headed for the West Side Highway. Priya. I need a name. Meridian Technologies VP of Compliance. Whoever was appointed in the last 6 to 8 months, board appointed, not internal promotion. She waited, checked her mirrors, turned west on Christopher Street. 5 minutes. Priya, not 10. She merged onto the West Side Highway heading downtown. The phone rang 4 minutes later. She picked up. Robert Fong. Say that again. She listened. 7 months ago, board resolution, and before Meridian? A pause. Hargate Advisory. Got it. Who sponsored the resolution? She changed lanes. A delivery truck was riding the left lane at 40. 3 board members. Which 3? She listened. Marcus Shaw. Of course. Who pushed the appointment specifically? She waited. Okay. What do we know about Hargate? How many partners? A taxi honked. She didn't react. 6 partners. Corporate, governance, consulting. And they've done work for how many Shaw board seats? She nodded. 3. So Fong is Shaw's guy. She listened. Fine. Fong is a guy Shaw has worked with before. That's what you can confirm. Good. Don't confirm more than you can. Send me Fong's org chart. Who reports to him? Who he reports to? The whole compliance department. She switched lanes again. One more thing. The employees who ran the data queries that showed up in Cross's piece, the ones flagged as irregular access, can you get me names? She listened. You already have them. How many? A pause. 4. All mid-level data analysts. All in the compliance reporting unit, which reports to Fong. She was passing the meatpacking district. The Hudson was flat on her left. I need to talk to one of them, the most junior, whoever's been there the shortest amount of time. She listened, pulled her phone slightly closer. Kevin Park, 26, 18 months at Meridian, University of Michigan, computer science, go blue. She paused. Nothing. Can you get me a contact? 30 minutes. Priya, not an hour. She ended the call and kept driving. The parking garage was on Broad Street, 4 levels, concrete and exhaust. Yasmin arrived at 2:15 and parked on the 3rd level. She left the engine running. Kevin Park arrived on foot at 2:23. He came up the vehicle ramp instead of the stairs, which meant he'd walked past to the attendant booth and the security camera on the ground floor. He was wearing a Meridian badge on a lanyard around his neck. He hadn't taken it off. Yasmin flashed her headlights once. He walked over. She unlocked the passenger door. He got in. He was holding his phone in both hands. His knee was bouncing. Kevin. Yeah. I'm Yasmin. We spoke on the phone. I know. I don't know if I should be here. You're here, so let's talk. I could lose my job. You could. You could also not talk to me and lose your job anyway, depending on how this plays out. At least this way you know what's happening. Kevin looked at her, then at the concrete wall ahead of them, then at his phone. What do you want to know? The data queries. The ones that access the customer behavioral records. You ran some of them. I ran 3 of them. out of maybe 20. Who told you to run them? My manager, Lisa Park. She sent the whole team an email. Standard compliance review. We do them every quarter. Pull the data sets, run the validation scripts, flag anomalies, send the report up the chain. So this was routine. Totally routine. Same scripts we always use. Same data sets. Same reporting format. I didn't think anything of it until I saw the article. The cross piece. Yeah. It said the queries were irregular access, unauthorized data retrieval. That's not what it was. We were doing our jobs. Who did Lisa get her instructions from? I don't know. I assume compliance leadership. That's how it always works. Directive comes down. We execute. Do you have the email, the one from Lisa? Kevin unlocked his phone, scrolled, turned the screen toward her. Yasmin read it. The email was dated 6 weeks before Cross's story. Subject line, Q4 Compliance Data Validation, Standard Review. The body was 3 paragraphs. Professional. Routine. It listed the datasets, the scripts, the reporting timeline. At the bottom, a forwarded directive. The forwarded directive came from Robert Fong, VP of Compliance. Can you send me that? Oh, I don't know. Kevin, can you send me that email? If anyone finds out I showed you this, no one's going to find out for me, but that email is going to matter. The queries you ran were authorized by your direct supervisor. Based on a directive from the VP of Compliance, you were doing your job. Then why does the article make it sound like we were stealing data? Yasmin didn't answer that. She read the email again. Fong's directive was clean, professional. It referenced a board resolution on data governance. It cited the compliance charter. It was, by every measure, a legitimate order from a legitimate authority. When was Fong hired? Kevin said. 7 months ago. I never met him. I don't think anyone on our team has met him. Everything comes through Lisa. That's how org charts work. Yeah, but... Kevin stopped. Started again. After the article came out, Lisa called a team meeting. She was shaking. She said she'd been told the review was standard. She said she'd followed the directive exactly. And now legal was asking questions and nobody from compliance leadership was returning her calls. Nobody meaning Fong. Nobody meaning anyone above Lisa. Yasmin turned off the engine. The garage went quiet. Somewhere below them, a car alarm chirped twice and stopped. Kevin, I need you to send me that email. Your personal address to mine. Do it now, while you're sitting here. He looked at the phone, looked at her. His knee was still bouncing. He forwarded the email. What happens now? He said. Now you go back to work. You don't tell anyone we spoke. If legal contacts you, you answer their questions honestly. You ran the queries you were told to run by your direct supervisor based on a written directive from the VP of Compliance. That's the truth. You don't need to add anything to it. Okay. And Kevin. Yeah. Take the badge off before you walk past the security camera. He looked down at the lanyard, pulled it over his head and stuffed it in his jacket pocket. He got out of the car without saying anything else. His footsteps echoed on the concrete as he walked back down the ramp. Yasmin called Nathan Ashford from the FDR Drive, northbound, 3:47 p.m. Nathan. The employees didn't know. They were following orders that looked normal. Standard compliance review. Written directive from the VP of Compliance, authorized by the board. The queries were legitimate internal work repackaged to look like unauthorized access. She listened. Robert Fong. Appointed 7 months ago. Board resolution co-sponsored by Marcus Shaw. Before Meridian. He was at a consulting firm that's done work for 3 other Shaw board seats. She listened again. That's exactly what it looks like. Shaw installed his own compliance officer. Fong issued a routine directive. Someone took the output and handed it to Cross as evidence of wrongdoing. A pause. I have the email chain. Fong's directive to the team lead. The team lead's email to the analysts. Standard formatting, standard language, standard everything. Somebody used the org chart. The employees ran the queries, filed the reports, and never saw the article coming. She waited. 2 seconds. 3. Day 2. I know. Fong to Shaw is circumstantial right now. Board resolution plus prior relationship. I need the Hargate connection tighter. Priya's working it. She listened. Cross won't confirm how he got the audit materials, but he didn't deny it was a package. His silence told me everything. A pause. No, silence isn't evidence, but it's a direction. I'll build the chain. Fong to Shaw. Shaw to whoever delivered the package. The full architecture. You'll have it. She listened. Park is scared. Cooperative. He's back at work. I'll keep him close. She ended the call. The FDR was moving for once. The East River was flat and gray to her right. She checked the rear view. Changed lanes. Checked her phone at the next light. Nothing from Kevin Park. She drove for another 40 minutes. Parked on the street outside her building in Murray Hill. Locked the car. Checked her phone again, walking to the door. One new message. Kevin Park, 4:51 p.m. I just got fired. They said it was performance-related. I've had excellent reviews for 3 years. Chapter 8. Layer 1. Nathan had been talking for 40 minutes. The whiteboard behind him was full. 3 columns. 14 entries in the first. 6 names across the second. Arrows connecting Fong to Whitfield to the Compliance Committee to the board calendar. The Kroll audit timeline ran along the bottom in red. The 3 journalists and their publication dates sat in blue above it. Everything the team already knew, organized into architecture. Sarah Kessler had left coffee and a stack of printouts before anyone arrived. The coffee was cold now. Nobody had touched it. Jack Whelan spoke from the far end of the table. Back to the wall. Arms crossed. Even if everything on that board is true, the evidence still exists. Nathan set the marker down. The logs are real, Jack said. The queries happened. The $2.3 billion is in a Kroll report with their letterhead on it. A regulator won't look at this whiteboard and say, never mind. That's not the argument. Then what is? The argument is that someone built the evidence. Nathan tapped the first column. 14 compliance directives issued over 8 months, each one routine, each one within normal parameters. Together, they generate a paper trail of $2.3 billion in flagged transactions run by Meridian employees on Meridian systems. All logged. All real. And the stock, Jack said. Down 14% in 2 days. Another point every trading session the story stays alive. By day 10, the institutional investors demand David's head because their position is underwater and they need someone to blame. Nathan drew 2 lines on the whiteboard, one horizontal, one angled downward. Board's 14-day review window. He labeled the flat line. They convene. They vote. Jen's out. That's the governance clock. He labeled the descending line. Stock clock. He drew both lines converging at a point. They meet here. Board acts or the market acts. Either way, Jen's done. You're describing one problem with 2 clocks, Jack said. They both end the same way. Unless we change what the board is looking at when they convene. Priya closed her laptop halfway. The board meets March 6th. Preliminary review. If they have enough to act, they don't wait for day 14. When do they have enough? Yasmin said. When 3 members agree the evidence supports removal. Shah only needs 2 more votes. He has the governance committee chair already. Who told you that? Jack said. The proxy filing. The committee chair co-invested with Shah in 2019. It's in the footnotes. Jack shook his head. You're talking about reframing a live investigation. The board has a fiduciary obligation to act on what's in front of them. What's in front of them was put there. Doesn't matter. It's there now. It matters if we can show them the machine that put it there. Yasmin sat nearest the door. Same blazers yesterday. Notebook open. She clicked her pen. One thing on the employee queries. Kevin Park was terminated yesterday. The room shifted. Tom Brandt looked up from his manila folder for the first time. He ran 6 of the 14 queries, Yasmin said. His supervisor handed them to him. Standard compliance work, portfolio attribution reviews. He'd been doing the same work for 2 years. He didn't know what he was building. How old? Nathan said. 26, Priya said from behind her laptop. 2 years at Meridian. Got a termination notice and a 2-week severance package. Nobody spoke for 4 seconds. Nathan counted. That's how you build something like this, Yasmin said. You don't need conspirators. You need org charts. Park ran his queries because his supervisor told him to. The supervisor scheduled them because Fong's directives called for them. Fong issued the directives because that's what a compliance VP does. Each step ordinary, Nathan said. Each person replaceable. And when the architecture is finished, the components get discarded. Priya's laptop chimed. She glanced at it, typed 2 keystrokes, looked back up. Meridian's down another 1.5 in pre-market. Barclays downgraded to underweight. Since when? Nathan said. 40 minutes ago. Jack pointed at the convergence point on the whiteboard. Your stock clock just got faster. Nathan turned back to the whiteboard. Wrote Park in the margin next to the Whitfield line. Drew a line from his name to the 6 queries. One more name in the diagram. One more person who did what they were told. He stood there, looking at the name. Uncapped the marker. Held it near the board like he was going to write something else. Capped it. Set it on the tray. Yasmin watched him. Said nothing. How many others? Nathan said. At least 2 more on notice. Priya said. 3 analysts reassigned. 2 on administrative leave. Park's the first actual termination. Jack pointed at the whiteboard. All of that is interesting. None of it is enough. You show this to the board, and Shaw says 2 words. Prove it. The architecture's circumstantial. Compliance calendars get restructured. People get fired during investigations. Every piece of this has an ordinary explanation. Individually, Nathan said. A board isn't going to do combinatorial analysis 11 days before a vote. They want clean. They want simple. They want this resolved. Tom Brandt opened his manila folder. He'd been holding it flat on the table since the meeting started. 45 minutes without a word. I might have something, Tom said. He laid 3 pages on a table. SIC filings, highlighted in yellow. Marcus Shaw's Fund, Ridgeline Partners. Tom slid the first page to the center of the table. I pulled their 13F filings going back 18 months. 15 months ago, Ridgeline held 340 Saude's Southern shares of Meridian, standard position for a fund that size. Nathan picked up the page, read it. 9 months ago, Tom continued, Ridgeline increased to 580, added shares, 70% increase. The filing covers the quarter ending June 30th. Purchases happened between April and June. 8 months ago is June, Priya said. Same month Fong's directives started. Tom placed the second page on the table. It gets better. Ridgeline also acquired 15% of the Series D preferred through a secondary transaction in July. Quiet. Through a subsidiary. He placed the third page down. If Meridian's board takes operational control and the CEO is removed, the Series E reprices. Shaw's preferred converts at a ratio that values his stake at roughly 3 times his basis. How much? Nathan said. He's in for $22 million across common and preferred. If the Series E reprices under board control, his position is worth north of $60 million. Yasmin leaned across the table to see the numbers. Priya was already pulling Ridgeline's historical positions on her screen. Columns of data reflected in her glasses. Jack picked up the filing, read it, set it down, picked it up again, read it a second time, set it down. He bought before he built, Jack said. He positioned before he manufactured, Nathan said. April through June, Shaw loads up on Meridian stock. June, Fong starts directing queries through Whitfield. 8 months of evidence construction. January, the Kroll audit drops. February, the story breaks. 3 journalists in 40 hours. The stock falls. The 14-day clock starts. Shaw's already holding the shares that benefit from the outcome he engineered. That's not just a board dispute, Yasmin said. That's securities fraud. Nathan looked at Tom. The junior analyst sat with his hands flat on the table, the 3 pages still arranged in front of him. Tom had found this on his own. Pulled the filings. Done the math. Waited for the right moment. It's a theory of securities fraud, Nathan said. We have filings that show he bought. We have a timeline that shows he built. We don't have a document that connects the two. We have the sequence, Tom said. Sequence isn't causation. Not at the SEC. Not in court. In the press? Jack said. In the press, sequence is everything. So we go public with the position data. Not yet. Shaw knows what he filed. He knows it's public. If we go now, he has a 1-sentence rebuttal ready. Nathan turned to face Jack. Ridgeline increased its position because the fund was bullish on Meridian's growth prospects. Clean. Simple. Story dies in the second cycle. So we need more than the filings. We need the connection between the trading and the operation. Something that shows he wasn't buying because he was bullish. He was buying because he knew what was coming. Nathan turned to the whiteboard, drew a vertical line separating the existing architecture from a new column, wrote 3 labels across the top. Layer 1, Layer 2, Layer 3. Layer 1 is what they built. The directives and the queries, the compliance trail, the press, the machine. He pointed to the first 2 columns. Layer 2 is why they built it. $60 million. Tom just gave us Layer 2. He tapped the empty 3rd column. Layer 3 is the connection. Trading to operation. A communication. A meeting. A prior pattern. Prior pattern, Yasmin said. She pulled a printout from Sarah's stack. Shaw's board activity at Corfield Health. 18 months earlier. Same sequencing. Compliance appointment, directed queries, board action. And before Corfield, Priya said. Her fingers were already on the keyboard. Linden Dynamics. 4 years ago. Shaw joined the board 14 months before the CEO was replaced. Same playbook? Jack said. Same architecture. Different names. Different boards. Yasmin set the printout on the table next to Tom's filings. Corfield's CEO resigned. Linden's was forced out. Both times, Shaw's fund held positions that benefited from the leadership change. Both times, nobody looked at the architecture. They looked at the evidence, Nathan said. The evidence was real. So the story held. Nobody asked who built it. Nobody checked the 13F, or... Nobody was looking for an architect, Tom said. Now we are, Yasmin said. Jack stood up, walked to the whiteboard, read the 3 columns, read the 13F data, looked at the empty space under Layer 3. You're not building a legal case, he said. No. You're building a counter-narrative. 1 sentence. Nathan picked up the marker. The board manufactured evidence against its own CEO to trigger a repricing event worth $60 million. That's an accusation. It's a fact pattern. Dress it however you need to, but that's the sentence. Jack sat back down, picked up his coffee. It was cold. He drank it anyway. Thin, he said. It's day 3. We have 11 left. And if we don't find Layer 3 in 11 days, then we play Layers 1 and 2 and hope it's enough. Nathan turned to the team. Assignments. Tom, pull Fong's public financial disclosures. Anything he filed as an officer. Priya, I need exact dates on Ridgeline's purchases. Not quarterly. Trade dates. The 13F gives us the quarter, Priya said. I'll cross-reference with Meridian's daily volume. Unusual block trades in April through June. Narrow it tonight. Candidate dates by morning. Yasmin, Fong's calendar. Email. Expenses. He was VP Compliance at a $14 billion company. He filed reports. He attended meetings. He expensed dinners. If he received guidance from Shaw outside normal board channels, there's a trail. Fong's not talking, Yasmin said. I've tried. He doesn't need to talk. He needs to have left a trail. Yasmin wrote something in her notebook. First entry of the meeting. Jack, Nathan said. Counter-narrative framework. Not the final version. The structure. Who hears what, in what order, through which channels. I'll have it tonight. Make it flexible. We don't know yet if we're leading with Layer 2 or Layer 3. We're leading with whatever we find first. We're leading with whatever hits hardest. Nathan looked at the whiteboard. 3 columns. 2 filled, 1 empty. The marker in his hand was almost dry. He set it on the tray and picked up a new one. The cap came off with a small pop that sounded loud in the quiet room. Nathan's phone buzzed on the table. He glanced at the screen. Vantage Capital Partners. Client number 7. The client that had retained REDACT 8 months ago. The same 8 months. The board where Marcus Shaw also held a seat. Nathan picked up the phone. Read the number again. Set it back on the table. Screen up. The room could see it vibrating. Who is it? Yasmin said. Vantage Capital, Nathan said. They want to discuss a situation with their CEO. The phone rang 4 more times. Then it stopped. Nathan left it on the table. Chapter 9. Counter-Narrative. Jack Whelan had been buying lunch for reporters at Cipriani's for 11 years. The trick was knowing which reporters and when to buy. Today, it was Rachel Ewan from the Journal. She was already at the table when he arrived. She had ordered a sparkling water and was reading something on her phone. The table was near the back wall, away from the windows. Rachel always picked the same spot. Reporters and sources shared that instinct. Jack sat down across from her and put his own phone face down on the white tablecloth. Rachel. Jack. She didn't look up. I have 40 minutes. You'll want 50. She looked up. I'm not here about Meridian, Jack said. I'm here about the story behind Meridian. That's Alan's story. Alan has a story. You might have a better one. Rachel put her phone down. Jack had known her for 6 years. She'd been at the Journal for 3, covering corporate governance. She was good. More importantly, she was competitive. And Alan Cross had beaten her to the Meridian piece by 2 days. I'm listening, she said. The audit that sourced Cross's story. Who commissioned it? I'd assume the board. Which board members? Rachel paused. I don't know. 3 of them. Robert Fong initiated the directive. The audit was completed in October. It was never published internally, never submitted to the full board, never filed with the SEC. How do you know this? Because I represent David Chen. Rachel leaned back. So this is a plant. This is a lead. What you do with it is your business. I'm giving you names you can verify independently. Robert Fong, Carl Whitfield, Patricia Yee. They commissioned the audit. They sat on it for 4 months. Then the findings showed up in the Times. You're saying the board set him up. I'm saying the board commissioned an audit and gave it to you instead of publishing it. Why would they do that? Rachel didn't answer. A waiter appeared and stood 3 feet from the table. Jack waved him off without looking. The Branzino is good here, Jack said. Jack. Yeah. If this checks out, it's a story about board dysfunction, not about whether Chen did what Cross says he did. I know exactly what it is. It doesn't exonerate your client. I'm not asking you to exonerate anyone. I'm asking you to look at who funded the investigation and what their financial exposure is if Chen gets removed. Rachel picked up her phone again. She typed something. Give me the names again. Robert Fong, Carl Whitfield, Patricia Yee. Fong signed the engagement letter with the audit firm. Whitfield has 14 documented internal directives related to the investigation. Yee was copied on all of them. And the financial angle? Marcus Shaw runs Ridgeline Partners. He sits on the board of Vantage Capital, which is Meridian's seventh largest institutional investor. Ridgeline increased its Meridian position by 70% over the past 8 months, $22 million to an exposure north of $60 million if there's a leadership change and the stock reprices. Rachel typed, "Shaw's on the Meridian board?" No. Shaw is connected through Vantage. Vantage has a board seat. The connection is indirect. That's what makes it interesting. That's what makes it hard to prove. You don't need to prove it. You need to report that the audit originated from board members with financial relationships to parties who benefit from Chen's removal. That's factual. That's verifiable. That's a story. Rachel closed her phone. "I need 2 days." "You have 1. Cross is going to follow up by Thursday. If you're second again, this is a footnote in his story instead of yours." That's pressure, Jack. That's a deadline. You know the difference. She picked up the menu, looked at it for 3 seconds, put it down. The Branzino. Jack flagged the waiter. They ordered. Rachel pulled a notebook from her bag. Pen, not pencil. She wrote the 3 names in block letters at the top of a blank page. Fong's current status, she said, left Meridian 11 months ago. Non-disparagement clause. Lawyered up. LinkedIn went private the day he left. Whitfield? Still on the board. Voting member. He chairs the compensation committee, which means he has a direct financial interest in who runs the company. Yee? She was copied on everything but never signed anything. She's the one who can claim she was just kept informed. But she never raised an objection. Not once. Rachel wrote it down. And Shaw. Where does Shaw fit in the org chart? He doesn't. That's the point. Shaw is 3 steps removed. He sits on Vantage's board. Vantage holds Meridian shares. The Meridian board includes members who take direction from the lead investor group, which Shaw coordinates through informal dinners and phone calls. None of it is documented. All of it is legal. How do you know about the dinners? Because that's how it always works. Rachel, and because 2 of the 3 board members were at the same restaurant on the Upper East Side 4 days before the audit was commissioned. You can pull the reservation. She wrote that down, too. Which restaurant? Sette Mezzo, October 3rd, 8:30, reservation under Whitfield. Who else was there? Fong, and a 3rd person I can't confirm yet, but the reservation was for 4. What for? 4. The hostess can confirm. Sette Mezzo keeps a paper book. Rachel wrote the number. You've been there already. I've been doing this for 11 years, Rachel. The 4th seat. I don't name people I can't confirm. You can pull the reservation and ask the staff. Or you can tell me who you think it was. I think you should pull the reservation. She closed the notebook, opened it again. The engagement letter with the audit firm. You said Fong signed it. Fong signed it on behalf of the governance subcommittee. The effective date was Wednesday. The committee wasn't authorized until Thursday. They hired the auditor before the committee existed. One day before. That's a governance violation. That's a question for your readers. Rachel turned a page. And the 14 directives, Whitfield's directives. Where do they lead? $2.3 billion in flag transactions through the Chen subsidiary, escalating over 8 months. Small vendor approvals at first, account restructuring in the middle, big numbers at the end. And the directives are documented, signed, time-stamped, filed in the board's internal document management system, which I can't access, which you can request. The board has to respond to a journal inquiry within 48 hours under their own media policy. It's in their corporate governance charter, Section 12. You memorized their charter. I memorized the parts that help my client. Rachel closed the notebook. She looked at Jack for 5 seconds. One day, she said, I'll call you by 6 tomorrow. That's all I need. She ordered the Branzino. The REDACT offices were quieter than usual when Jack got back at 2:15. Nathan was in the conference room with the whiteboard. Priya was at her laptop. Yasmin was on the phone in the hallway. She didn't look happy. Jack dropped his jacket on a chair. How's the mood? Cross called. Nathan said, 20 minutes ago. He called Yasmin's direct line. What did he want? He's heard something. Someone's working a counter-angle on his story. He wanted to know if it came from us. What did Yasmin tell him? She's telling him right now. Jack looked through the glass wall. Yasmin was pacing. Her voice was controlled, but the pace was fast. Jack could hear fragments. Your sourcing is compromised. That's not my fault. Pause. Alan, I didn't call you to relitigate this. You called me. Pause. Then verify it. That's your job. If the sourcing is clean, a counter story doesn't hurt you. If it's not clean, you have a bigger problem than me. She hung up. She stood in the hallway for 3 seconds. Then she walked into the conference room. Cross is angry, Yasmin said. Cross should be angry, Jack said. He got handed a story by board members running a campaign, and he didn't ask why. He says we're trying to discredit him. We're not discrediting him. We're introducing context. There's a difference. He'll figure that out in about 12 hours. Nathan looked at Jack. Rachel Ewan? Rachel Ewan. Journal. She'll run it tomorrow if the names check out. And they'll check out because they're real. What's the headline going to look like? Something about a board power struggle. She'll frame it as governance, not as a defense of David, which is why it works. If we'd gone to Devi Kapoor or someone in the opinion space, it reads as PR. Coming from the journal's governance desk, it reads as reporting. Why Rachel specifically? Nathan said. 3 reasons. 1, she covers governance. 2, cross-beat her by 2 days and she's hungry. 3, the journal's editorial standards mean the piece gets fact-checked independently before it runs. That makes it bulletproof. If we'd gone to a blogger or a cable producer, Shaw's team discredits it in an hour. And if Rachel can't verify in 1 day? She can. The names are real. The engagement letter has a date on it. The restaurant reservation is in a paper book. This isn't a story that requires months of investigation. It requires phone calls. Priya turned her laptop around. The Cross story is still running at about 340 pickups across outlets. Social mentions peaked yesterday at 12, Audiobook. Today it's down to 8, 400 as of noon. The velocity is decelerating, but the base coverage is still high. That's normal for day 4, Jack said. The news cycle is losing interest. It needs a second act. Right now, Cross doesn't have one. If Rachel's piece lands tomorrow morning, the second act becomes the board fight, not whatever Cross was going to write next. And if Cross accelerates his follow-up, Nathan said. He won't. He just called Yasmin to complain, which means he's defensive, not offensive. A reporter working a follow-up doesn't call the subject's lawyer to vent. He calls because he's worried his story's about to get reframed, and he wants to know how bad it is. Yasmin sat down. He mentioned his editors. He said they're asking questions about the sourcing chain. Good, Jack said. That means someone at the Times saw the same thread Rachel's pulling. Editors don't ask about sourcing when a story is holding up. They ask when they're hearing noise. Where's the noise coming from? Yasmin said. Could be Rachel making calls. Could be someone else. Doesn't matter. The point is, Cross's editors are nervous. Nervous editors don't greenlight follow-ups. They slow down. Nathan stood at the whiteboard. The conspiracy map was still there from yesterday. 3 layers. Jack looked at it. The counter-narrative doesn't win this, Jack said. I want to be clear about that. It buys time. If Rachel's piece runs tomorrow and it's solid, the stock stabilizes. Maybe recovers a point or two. That's all? Nathan said. That's all. The institutional holders stop panicking for a day. How much time? Nathan said. 48 hours. Maybe 72. The board faction won't sit still. They've been building this for 8 months. They didn't put this together to lose it because the journal runs a process story about audit sourcing. So, what happens after 72 hours? They escalate. If I'm on that board and my play just got complicated, I don't retreat. I move faster. Another story, Yasmin said. Another piece of evidence. Another reporter. Another angle. Something that makes the counter-narrative irrelevant. Before day 7, Nathan said. Before day 7. If the stock holds through day 5, the board loses their acceleration argument for an emergency vote. They need the stock in free fall to justify moving fast. If it stabilizes, they have to go through normal governance channels, which takes weeks. They can't afford weeks. Shaw's position is leveraged. He needs this resolved fast. Nathan looked at the whiteboard. So, we're playing for day 5? We're playing for day 5. If we get there with the stock intact, we buy enough time to build layer 3. Priya refreshed her screen. Stock closed at 94.20, down 16.2% from pre-story. But it was 93.10 at 2 p.m. It ticked up in the last hour. Someone heard a rumor about the journal piece, Jack said. That happens. It'll be noisy tomorrow either way. His phone buzzed. A text from Rachel Ewan. 4 words. Names check out. Running. Jack showed the screen to Nathan. Tomorrow morning, Jack said. East Coast edition. Nathan nodded. What do you need from us tonight? Nothing. Stay quiet. Don't call anyone. Don't respond to any press inquiries. If Cross calls again, Yasmin, you don't pick up? Agreed, Yasmin said. The next 18 hours are about letting the story breathe. Rachel writes it. The journal editors clear it. It lands. Then we watch what the board does. Jack picked up his jacket. He stopped at the door. Nathan. Yeah. We bought 48 hours, maybe 72. If the board has another move, they'll make it before day 7. You think they have another move? They spent 8 months building this. They didn't build it with one story as the only trigger. There's a second round. There's always a second round. Chapter 10, Layer 2. The stock opened at 97.12, up 2% from yesterday's close. David watched the number on his terminal from the glass corner office on the 14th floor of Meridian HQ. 2%. The journal piece was working. Meridian board power struggle behind CEO allegations? Rachel Ewan had written it clean. The stock had stabilized. For 16 hours, the narrative had shifted. David's phone buzzed. James Hartley, General Counsel. James, he said. David, legal conference room. Now. What happened? The SEC just served us. Formal complaint. Filed yesterday evening. We received it 20 minutes ago. What kind of complaint? Whistleblower. A concerned Meridian employee. David, your name is on it. He stood. The stock ticker kept running in the corner of his screen. 97.12. Still holding. The legal conference room was on 12. Hartley had the document spread across the table. 3 attorneys from outside counsel sat along the far side. David didn't know their names. Their briefcases were open. 2 laptops running. Legal pads out. They'd been here longer than 20 minutes. Sit down, Hartley said. He sat. A formal SEC complaint alleges you personally approved a vendor contract with a company called Axial Data Solutions. The contract authorized the transfer of Meridian customer verification data to Axial for, quote, predictive analytics services. The complaint alleges this constitutes unauthorized disclosure of KYC-protected information and that you signed off on it. I've never heard of Axial Data Solutions. Hartley slid a document across the table. 8 pages. A vendor services agreement dated August 14th of last year. Meridian Technologies on one side, Axial Data Solutions on the other. Standard formatting. Standard terms. And on page 7, David's digital signature, his DocuSign authentication, his employee ID, his timestamp, August 14th, 3:47 p.m. That's your signature, Hartley said. David picked up the document. Page 7. His name in the DocuSign field, rendered in the same sans serif font it always used. The authentication code matched his account. The IP address would trace back to his office. The timestamp was a Friday afternoon. Fridays were when he signed. I see it. Do you remember signing this? No. Do you remember reviewing it? No. Hartley, I sign 40 documents a week. My EA batches them. She puts them in a DocuSign envelope. I go through them on Fridays. I sign. Who's your EA? Lauren Marsh. When did Lauren start? 4 months ago. Maybe 5. Who hired her? The COO handled it. Richard Okafor. He said my previous EA was overwhelmed. Recommended Lauren through HR. Hartley looked at the outside attorneys. One of them wrote something down. The SEC complaint was filed by an anonymous Meridian employee. Hartley said, the timing is not coincidental. The journal runs a counter-narrative yesterday morning. The SEC complaint drops yesterday evening. By the time markets open tomorrow, this will be the story. It's already the story, one of the outside attorneys said. Bloomberg has it. We got a call from their legal reporter 14 minutes ago. David looked at the stock terminal on the wall-mounted screen in the conference room. 96 to 88. Down from 97.12. Someone new. I need to call Nathan Ashford, David said. Who is Nathan Ashford? The outside attorney asked. He's handling this. Handling what, exactly? David, Hartley said. These attorneys are here to represent Meridian. If you have personal counsel, we need to know. Nathan isn't my personal counsel. He's a consultant. He's working the situation. What situation? This situation. The articles, the allegations, all of it. Hartley folded his hands on the table. David, if you've engaged outside help without informing the board or legal, that creates its own set of issues. I'm the CEO. You're the CEO who just got named in an SEC complaint. David stood. I'm going to make a call. I'll be back in 10 minutes. He walked to his office, closed the door. The hallway outside was empty. Everyone on 14 was in meetings or avoiding him. He could see 2 assistants through the glass wall of the bullpen. Both looked away when he passed. He pulled up Nathan's number and dialed. Nathan, it's David. He waited. The SEC. A formal complaint. Filed last night. Some anonymous employee says I approved a vendor contract that transferred customer data to a third-party analytics firm. He listened. Because I didn't approve it. I've never heard of this company. Axial Data Solutions. I've never seen this contract. He sat in his chair. The stock was at 96.44 now, dropping. My signature's on it. Yes, my DocuSign. But my EA batches approvals. I sign 40 documents a week. 40. I don't read vendor contracts. Legal reviews them. My EA batches them. I sign on Fridays. He listened. Lauren Marsh. She started 4 months ago. Richard Okafor hired her. The COO. He listened for a long time. What do you mean? That's the method. What method? He pressed the phone harder against his ear. Okay. Someone picks the person who batches the documents. Someone picks the person who controls what the CEO signs, and then they put one contract in a stack of 40, and the CEO signs it because he signs everything. That's what you're telling me. He listened. I know that's not a defense. I'm telling you how it happened. Someone slipped this contract into a batch of 40 documents and I signed it without reading it. He listened. 9 days until what? The answer took 30 seconds. The institutional trigger. I know what the institutional trigger is. Nathan, it's my company. If we hit 85, the pension funds and the index trackers start their automatic sell-offs. Covenant violations. Loan calls. He listened again. They dropped this to kill the journal piece. That's what you're telling me. Yesterday, the narrative was shifting, so they filed an SEC complaint to restart the bleed. He stood and walked to the window. The city was bright and clear. He could see the Bay Bridge. How did they know the journal piece was coming? How did they have this ready to file within 12 hours of publication? The answer was short. They had it ready before the journal piece ran. They were waiting. Of course, they were waiting. David turned from the window. Nathan, there's something I haven't told you. He paused. Sarah found something. In the audit logs, someone reconfigured the access logging from inside the company, not from outside. The logs that show the supposed unauthorized access were modified. She found the reconfiguration timestamp. It happened 3 weeks before the Cross article. He listened. I know I should have told you earlier. He listened, because I wasn't sure what it meant, and because Sarah asked me not to. She's still the CTO. She found it on company systems. She wanted to verify before it went to anyone outside. He listened for a long time. I understand. I'll tell Sarah. I'll call you back in an hour. He hung up. The stock was at 95.10, down 2% from open. The 2% gain was gone. The journal counter-narrative had lasted 18 hours. David sat at his desk. He opened Bloomberg on his terminal. The headline was already there. Meridian CEO personally approved suspect data transfer, SEC complaint alleges. 3 more outlets had it. The Record, TechCrunch, Business Insider, all sourced from the SEC filing, which was public record. Vanessa Torres at the Record had the most detailed version. She had the contract. She had the signature page. She had a quote from a Meridian board member, unnamed, expressing deep concern. An unnamed board member, expressing concern about a filing that was 12 hours old. David's terminal showed 94.20, down 3% from open, down 1% from yesterday's close. His phone buzzed. Sarah. I saw it, he said. I know. He listened. Yes, it's my signature. No, I don't remember it. Lauren batched it. He listened. Lauren Marsh, the EA, Okafor's hire. He listened. I told Nathan about the audit logs. I had to. Sarah, they filed an SEC complaint with my name on it. He listened. I know you said to wait. I couldn't wait. This is an SEC filing. This is federal. He listened. No, he didn't say that. He said, we need the reconfiguration data packaged, time-stamped, chain of custody documented. He said whoever modified those logs left a signature and we need it preserved before someone cleans it. He listened, because that's what I would do if I were them. The audit logs are the one thing that proves this was internal. If those get wiped, it's my signature on a contract and nothing else. He listened. Sarah, I need you to back up everything tonight. Everything. The reconfiguration timestamps, the access logs, the modification records. Put it somewhere offline, not on Meridian servers. He listened for a long time. I love you too. I'll be home late. He hung up. 93.40, down 4% from open. He called Lauren Marsh's extension. Voicemail. The automated greeting played. Generic. She'd never recorded a personal one. Lauren, it's David Chen. Call me back immediately. He called her cell. Voicemail. Lauren, it's David. I need to talk to you today. Call me. He called HR. A woman picked up on the second ring. This is David Chen. I need the personnel file for Lauren Marsh, executive assistant, 14th floor. He waited. What do you mean she's not in today? He listened. Okay. When was her last day in the office? He listened. Friday. Her last day was Friday. He listened. She gave notice. When did she give notice? He listened. She gave notice on Friday. The same Friday. She walked in, gave notice, and left. Same day. He listened. No, I was not informed. The CEO was not informed that his executive assistant resigned. Who approved the separation? He listened. Richard Okafor signed off on it. The COO signed off on my EA's resignation, and without telling me. He listened. Is there an exit interview on file? Did anyone talk to her? He listened. Standard form. She checked the box for personal reasons. That's it. That's all you have. He listened. Do you have a forwarding address, a personal email, anything? He listened. Pull everything you have on Lauren Marsh and send it to my office. Everything. Hiring paperwork, background check, references, all of it. I want it in 30 minutes. He hung up. David opened the DocuSign log for August 14th. The batch contained 43 documents, 38 vendor renewals, 3 new hire authorization forms, 1 office lease amendment, and 1 vendor services agreement with Axial Data Solutions. Document 39 of 43. After the renewals, before the new hires, the position where attention was lowest. He scrolled through the batch. Documents 1 through 38 were identical in structure. Same template, same clause formatting, same signature block placement. By document 12, you stopped reading. By document 25, you were clicking through. By document 39, you were signing your name on a line you'd already signed 38 times. He picked up the phone and dialed Nathan. Nathan, it's David again. He listened. Lauren Marsh is gone. She gave notice on Friday. Same day. Walked in, resigned, walked out. Okafor signed the separation. I was never told. He listened. I know. The person who batched the contract is gone 3 days before the SEC complaint goes public, and the COO who hired her approved her exit without telling me. He listened. The DocuSign log. I pulled it. The Axial contract was document 39 of 43, right in the dead zone, after 38 vendor renewals, right where you stop reading. He listened. Nathan, who are these people? The stock was at 91.60 at 2:15 p.m. It had been 118.40 6 days ago, down 23% in 6 days. He listened for a long time. 9 days. You said 9 days. He hung up. His terminal refreshed. 91.02. The close, down 5% on the day, down 23% cumulative. 9 days to 85. David picked up his phone. 19 unread messages. 3 from board members. 2 from Hartley. 1 from Priya Rahman. The rest from numbers he didn't recognize. He dialed Lauren Marsh's cell one more time. It rang 4 times and went to a recording. The number you have reached is no longer in service. He set the phone down. The line had been active 3 days ago. He'd called her from the same desk on Thursday to reschedule a meeting with the CFO. She'd picked up on the first ring. Thursday. The office was quiet. The hallway lights had shifted to their after-hours setting. The 2 assistants he'd seen earlier were gone. Their desks were clean. Their monitors were dark. He set the phone down. Chapter 11. The Machine. Yasmin walked east on 48th Street toward the REDACT offices. The sidewalk was crowded with the tail end of the evening rush. She cut through a group standing outside a ramen place and pushed through the lobby doors at 6:12. Nathan was in the war room. 3 monitors running. Coffee cold. He looked up when she came in. "Tell me about Axial," Yasmin said. She dropped her bag on the table and sat down across from him. Axial Data Solutions, Nathan said. Registered in Delaware 7 months ago. Shell company. No employees, no office, no clients other than Meridian. So it's not a shell. It's not a shell. It's a legitimate company with legitimate clients. Meridian isn't even their biggest account. Then why does the contract read like a data exfiltration agreement? Because someone drafted it that way. The actual scope of work is standard. Anonymized user engagement metrics, retention modeling, churn prediction, boilerplate stuff, but the contract language references raw data access, direct pipeline integration, unrestricted transfer rights, terms you'd never need for what Axial actually does. So the contract looks dirty, but the work is clean. Exactly. If you only read the contract, you'd think Meridian was shipping customer data to a third party. If you only looked at what Axial actually received, you'd see nothing unusual. Yasmin leaned forward. Who drafted the contract? Outside counsel, a firm called Hargrove Dean. They've done transactional work for Meridian for about 14 months. Who brought them in? Shaw recommended them to Okafor. Okafor signed off. The engagement letters dated 11 months ago. So, Shaw's law firm drafted a contract designed to look like misconduct, she said. Shaw's recommended law firm. He's got distance. 2 degrees of separation, minimum. Who at Hargrove Dean handled the Axial contract specifically? Associate named Greg Tanaka. I'm still pulling his background. Pull it fast, Yasmin said. She stood up and walked to the window. The city was shifting to its evening colors. Office lights in the buildings across the street. A helicopter moving south along the river. The Axial contract was document 39 of 43 in a batch that Lauren Marsh had routed to David Chen for signature. Lauren Marsh, who had been hired by Richard Okafor 8 months ago, and who had resigned last Friday, and who was now somewhere in this city not answering her Meridian email. Yasmin had Lauren's personal cell from the employee directory backup Nathan had pulled on day 2. She'd called it 3 times. No answer. She'd texted twice. Nothing. She pulled out her phone and tried again. 4 rings. 5. Then a quiet voice. Lauren, this is Yasmin Khalil. I work with Nathan Ashford's team representing David Chen. Yasmin paused. I need 15 minutes. In person. Wherever you want. She listened. I know. That's why I'm calling your personal number. Another pause. Have you talked to a lawyer? She listened again. Then, Lauren, the SEC has a complaint with David Chen's signature on a contract you wrote it to him. Did you know that? Yasmin counted 6 seconds of silence. Midtown, East Side. She listened. I'll be there in 10, Yasmin said. She grabbed her bag. Lauren Marsh, Pret on 42nd and 3rd. 20 minutes. Nathan nodded. Go. She was there in 9. She bought 2 coffees and sat at the counter by the window facing the door. Lauren Marsh walked in at 6:47 p.m., wearing jeans and a North Face jacket and carrying a tote bag from a bookstore on the Upper West Side. She was 26, maybe 27. She looked like she hadn't slept. Lauren sat down. Yasmin pushed the second coffee toward her. I didn't know what was in the contracts, Lauren said. Tell me what you did know. Mr. Okafor told me to prioritize vendor renewals. He said the board wanted them processed before the end of the quarter. He gave me a list of 43 documents that needed David's signature. Okafor gave you the list personally? He emailed it. I have the email. When? 3 weeks ago, October 9th. And you batched all 43 for David's signature. That's what I was told to do. David signs vendor renewals in batches. He always has. I'd flag anything unusual, but these all had legal sign-off from outside counsel. They'd already been reviewed. By Hargrove Dean. I don't remember the firm name. I just saw that legal had cleared them. Did you read the Axial contract? Lauren picked up the coffee, put it down without drinking. I read the summary page. Standard analytics vendor. Annual renewal. The number was 340, HAU outdoors. That's mid-range for that category. Nothing that would flag. But you didn't read the full terms. There were 43 documents. I read the summaries and checked for legal sign-off. That's the process. That's what I was trained to do. Who trained you? Mr. Okafor's office. When I started. Yasmin took a sip of her coffee. Lauren, why did you resign? Because after the SEC complaint came out, I looked at document 39 again, and the language didn't match the summary, and I realized my name was on the routing memo. You were scared. I gave my notice Friday morning. Mr. Okafor's assistant called me an hour later and said they'd accept immediate departure. They had a separation agreement ready by noon. That fast. It was already drafted. The date on the template was October 8th. Yasmin set her coffee down. The separation agreement was drafted the day before Okafor sent you the batch list. Yes. They knew you'd resign. They knew someone in my position would resign. I don't think it mattered that it was me. Lauren, the email from Okafor, the one with the batch list, was there anything else in it? Any instructions about the order of the documents? He said to keep them in the sequence he'd arranged. He said the order matched the board's review priority. Did that seem unusual? No. He was the COO. He organized everything. Yasmin stood up. Keep that email from Okafor. Keep the separation agreement. Don't sign anything else without a lawyer. I told you, I can't. We'll find you one. Pro bono if necessary. Nathan will call you tomorrow. Lauren nodded. Her hands were flat on the counter on either side of the coffee she hadn't touched. Yasmin walked out onto 3rd Avenue and headed back to REDACT. She was in the war room by 7:40. Nathan had a 4th monitor running. Lauren confirms it, she said. Okafor sent a batch list directly October 9th, but the separation agreement was templated on October 8th. They had her exit planned before she even received the documents. She's a component, Nathan said. Not a conspirator. She's a 26-year-old who processed paperwork. What about the data pipeline? Who set that up on Meridian's end? Derek Yoon, infrastructure engineer, been at Meridian 4 years. He set up the data feed to Axial in September. On whose authority? He has an email chain from Sandra Walsh in compliance. She told him it was a board-mandated data governance project. Yoon says he asked for documentation, and Walsh sent him a PDF with the Meridian board letterhead and Richard Okafor's signature. Was it real? The letterhead was real. The signature matches. But there's no board resolution authorizing a data governance project. We check the board minutes. Every resolution from the last 18 months. Every committee report. Nothing. What about Walsh? Sandra Walsh has been in Meridian compliance for 6 years. Clean record. 3 promotions. She forwarded Yoon the authorization because that's what compliance does. She received the PDF from Okafor's office and passed it along. Did she verify it? She checked the letterhead in the signature block. Standard procedure. She doesn't sit in board meetings. She wouldn't know whether a specific resolution existed. So, someone created a fake authorization. Or someone authorized it verbally, and someone else created the paper trail after the fact. Either way, Yoon had no reason to question it. He's an infrastructure guy. He built a data pipeline. That's what he does. Yasmin pulled a chair around and sat facing Nathan. How many people did they use? At least 12, maybe more. And none of them knew? That's the point. You don't build a conspiracy out of conspirators. You build it out of employees. Walk me through it. Shaw recommends Hargrove Dean to Okafor 11 months ago. Hargrove Dean handles routine legal work, builds trust, and then drafts the axial contract with language designed to look like exfiltration. The pipeline, Yasmin said. Sandra Walsh tells Derek Yoon to build a data feed under fake board authorization. Okafor tells Lauren to batch 43 documents for David's signature, including the axial contract at position 39. Lauren routes them. David signs. And the contract is executed. The pipeline is live. Meridian now has what looks like an active data exfiltration program authorized by the CEO. But the actual data flowing through the pipeline is clean. Completely clean. Anonymized analytics. Axial is doing exactly what they were hired to do. The misconduct exists only on paper. In the contract language, in the routing, in the approvals. Every piece of evidence the SEC would look at says data exfiltration. Every piece of evidence behind the evidence says standard vendor relationship. Each person did one thing, Yasmin said. One small thing. Lauren batched documents. Yoon built a pipeline. Sandra Walsh forwarded an authorization. Greg Tanaka at Hargrove Dean drafted contract language. Rita Desai in project management approved the timeline. A junior IT admin provisioned the service accounts. 6 people. At minimum. Probably more we haven't found yet, and none of them knew about the others. None of them did anything that looked wrong from where they were standing. Lauren thought she was processing vendor renewals. Yoon thought he was building board-mandated infrastructure. Walsh thought she was following compliance protocol. Tanaka thought he was drafting a client contract. Each one followed the process they were trained to follow. And if any one of them gets investigated individually, they look innocent. Because they are innocent, individually. The guilt only exists in the aggregate, in the pattern, in the timing. The timing, Yasmin said. Everything was staged to surface during the 14-day window. The SEC complaint hits on day 5. The contract is already signed. The pipeline is already live. Lauren is already gone. By the time anyone maps the full picture, Shaw's position is built and the stock is in freefall. Yasmin stood up and walked to the window again. The street below was quieter now. A newsstand on the corner was closing up. The vendor was pulling magazines off the outdoor rack. A cab stopped at the light, its roof advertisement cycling through 3 colors. "It's not a conspiracy," she said. "It's a machine. You feed people in one end and evidence comes out the other. And the people never know they're inside it. How do we prove it? We need the connections. The email from Okafor to Lauren. The fake board authorization Yoon received. The engagement letter from Shaw to Hargrove Dean. Each one individually is nothing. Together, they're a blueprint. Lauren has the email. Yoon has the authorization. And we need them to talk, voluntarily, before the SEC gets to them and they lawyer up and everything goes into a black box. "Yoon," Yasmin said. "Can you get to him tonight?" Priya's already on it. She's meeting him at 9. "Good." Yasmin sat back down. "I'll start on Lauren's account tonight." Her phone buzzed on the table. The screen showed Kevin Park. "Hold on," she said to Nathan. She picked up. "Kevin, slow down." She listened. "When did they call, huh?" Oh. She listened again. "Thursday. Okay. Kevin, listen to me." As she was quiet for a long time, her jaw tightened. "No," she said. "We didn't plan that." She listened. "You're not wrong that people are using the position you're in, but we didn't put you in that position. Shaw did." Another pause. "Get a lawyer before Thursday. Don't go to the SEC without representation. Nathan can recommend someone independent, not connected to us, not connected to Meridian." She listened. Completely independent. A pause. "You should think that. You should think that about everyone right now. That's the smartest thing you can do." 3 seconds of silence. "That's the right call," Yasmin said. She put the phone down on the table. Nathan was watching her. "Kevin Park," she said. "SEC wants him Thursday, and he thinks we're using him." "Are we?" Yasmin looked at the 4 monitors. The data on Lauren's account, the timeline, the names. He might be right. Chapter 12. Pattern. Tom Brandt came through the door at 6 a.m. with 2 cups of coffee and Shaw's board history already pulled. 6 boards in 10 years, Tom said. He set 1 cup in front of Nathan. Current, Meridian Technologies and Vantage Capital Partners. Previous 4, DataStream Analytics, Corefield Health, PTR Logistics, and Annika Brands. Which ones had CEO transitions? Tom sat down and opened his laptop. Corefield Health, 2019. CEO resigned, citing personal reasons. PTR Logistics, 2021. CEO stepped down after an internal review. DataStream and Annika. DataStream merged with a competitor 14 months after Shaw joined. Annika Brands is still operating. No leadership change. The DataStream merger. Who initiated it? Shaw's governance committee recommended a strategic review. Board approved it 6 weeks later. Merger announcement came 4 months after that. So the CEO didn't leave, the company did. Effectively, yes, CEO was offered a transition role. He declined, left 3 months after close. That's 3, Nathan said. 3 boards, 3 CEOs gone. Priya had been quiet, reading the Layer 2 document spread across the table. She looked up. "You said the formatting was wrong." "It's too right. 11 different days of documents. Same font, same margins, same signature block spacing. Down to 14 points between the printed name and the signature line. Every document. A template, Priya said. A product. Someone built these from a single source file and dated them across 11 days. Priya set the documents down. Real misconduct is messy. People use different versions of Word, different printers, legal formats one way, compliance another. And nothing here contradicts anything else. Layer 1 sets up the narrative. Layer 2 closes it. Nathan turned back to Tom. How long from first public issue to CEO resignation? Corfield and PTR, pure. Tom scrolled. Corfield was 17 days. PTR was 14. Nathan walked to the whiteboard and wrote 2 numbers, 17 and 14. Pull the full timelines. Everything public. Board announcements, press releases, stock movement. By 8:15, both timelines were on the board. Corfield Health, Day 1, anonymous tip about financial irregularities. Day 4, internal audit launched. Day 9, preliminary findings leaked to a trade publication. Day 13, CEO offered separation. Day 17, public announcement. PTR logistics. Day 1, compliance complaint filed internally. Day 3, board committee formed. Day 8, outside counsel retained. Day 11, CEO informed. Day 14, resignation. Different industries, Nathan said. Different issues. One financial, one operational, different law firms, different auditors, different boards. But look at the spacing, Priya said. She walked to the board and pointed. Corfield, anonymous tip, Day 1. Audit, Day 4. Leak, Day 9. PTR, internal complaint, Day 1. Committee, Day 3. Outside counsel, Day 8. The escalation pattern is identical. Each step looks like a reasonable institutional response to the previous step. Each step was planned before the first one happened. He doesn't improvise, Nathan said. He doesn't need to. The playbook works because every individual step is defensible. A compliance complaint is normal. A board committee is normal. Outside counsel is normal. You can't point to any single action and say it's wrong. Only the sequence. Only the sequence. And only if you're looking at 3 companies instead of 1. Nathan stepped back from the board. The 2 timelines ran parallel. Corfield above, PTR below. The intervals were different by a day or 2 at each stage, but the shape was the same. Build, escalate, compress, remove. Nathan wrote on the board, 14-17 days. Shaw joined Corfield 8 months before the complaint. PTR, 6 months. Meridian, 11 months. 11 is longer, Tom said. Meridian is bigger. 14 billion versus 2 and 800 million. More infrastructure, more board members to align. The ventilation system cycled on. Tom's coffee sat untouched. What happened to the people? Priya said. Nathan turned. Not the CEOs, Priya said. The people underneath? At Corfield and PTR. If Shaw ran the same playbook, there were employees like Fong, like Park, people who got handed pieces of the operation without knowing what they were building. Tom typed. Corfield had a compliance officer named Draper. Resigned 3 weeks after the CEO left. No public statement. PTR? 2 analysts in the audit division were terminated during the board review. One filed a wrongful termination suit. Settled within 60 days. Terms sealed. Sealed, Nathan said. NDA. Both of them. Priya leaned back. Park is prepping for his SEC interview right now. Thursday. He thinks we set him up. If he walks in there and says that, Shaw gets exactly what he wants. And Park becomes the next Draper, Tom said. Used and discarded. NDA within 60 days. Nathan looked at the whiteboard. 3 companies. 3 timelines. The employees who carried the evidence. The employees who got fired or silenced after. The pattern wasn't just about CEOs. It consumed everyone it touched. He doesn't do the same thing twice, Nathan said. At Corfield, he's governance. At PTR, he's audit. Here, he's the concerned shareholder who bought his way onto the board. Different door every time, Priya said. Same room. Nina Park appeared at the conference room entrance. She looked at the whiteboard. She looked at Nathan. My office, she said. Nathan followed her down the hall. Nina's office had a glass door she closed behind them. 2 chairs, 1 desk, no art. A single window facing east. Morning light flat and gray. Tell me, she said. Shaw has a playbook. He's run it at least twice before. Corfield Health and PTR Logistics. Both had CEO transitions that looked voluntary. Same timeline. 14 to 17 days from first event to resignation. And both left behind employees who were used as instruments and then silenced. Nina sat behind her desk. The evidence here isn't evidence, Nathan said. It's a product. Someone designed the delivery schedule. Layer 1 on day 1, Layer 2 on day 5. Spaced for maximum narrative damage. Everything Shaw did is within his governance rights, Nina said. He purchased shares through regulated channels, joined the board through standard nomination, raised concerns through proper procedures. He also built a machine that used 12 employees to manufacture evidence without any of them knowing what they were building. And when it's done, those people get discarded. Park is next. SEC interview Thursday. 3 days. I'm aware of the timeline. At PTR, 2 analysts were terminated during the board review. 1 sued, settled under NDA in 60 days. At Corfield, a compliance officer resigned and disappeared. These aren't collateral damage. They're part of the design. Build the instrument. Use the instrument. Break the instrument. Nina opened a folder on her desk. Nathan could see the client list. 8 names, revenue figures next to each one. You're building a theory about past behavior at companies we don't represent in matters we weren't involved in, Nina said. A judge won't care. The SEC won't care. The board definitely won't care. David's wife found the original audit logs, the ones before they were altered. Nina's expression didn't change. David Chen's wife works at Meridian. She does. And we're relying on evidence gathered by our client's spouse. We're relying on evidence that exists. Evidence and admissible evidence are different things, like believing and proving, different professions. Nina closed the folder. Mine requires proof. Then help me get it. What do you need? Corfield and PTR board minutes, shareholder communications, any litigation that followed the CEO transitions. If Shaw ran the same play, there might be complaints. Settled quietly. NDAs. That's months of document review. Or 1 phone call to the right person at each company. Former general counsel. The compliance officer who resigned. The analyst who settled. These people know what happened to them. They just don't know it happened to anyone else. You want me to cold call former employees of companies we don't represent and ask them about sealed litigation? I want you to introduce yourself as counsel for a company experiencing the same thing. That changes the conversation. It also creates ethical exposure. Nina, 3 companies, 3 CEOs removed, at least 5 employees used and discarded. Kevin Park is sitting in his apartment right now preparing to testify in front of the SEC on Thursday, and he has no idea that the man who destroyed his career has done this before, twice. Nina opened a drawer, pulled out a legal pad, set it on the desk. She didn't pick up a pen. And if you find it, if the pattern holds, what changes? Everything. This stops being a corporate governance dispute. It becomes serial predation. 3 companies, potentially 4. The SEC can't ignore that. The board can't explain it away. Board can explain away anything if the stock recovers. Not if Park testifies to the real chain of custody. Not if Draper or those PTR analysts talk. They're under NDA. NDAs don't survive fraud. Nina was quiet for 5 seconds. 6, 7. Make the calls, she said. Keep me copied on everything. Nathan stood. And Nathan. Yes. 8 days. Not 9. Not 10. 8. Nathan walked back to the conference room. Tom and Priya were both on laptops. The whiteboard had grown. Tom had added Shaw's investment timeline. Corefield's stock dropped 31% during the 17-day window, Tom said. Recovered fully within 4 months under new leadership. PTR? Dropped 19%. Recovered in 6 months. Meridian is at 22% and counting, Priya said. Shaw's fund, Nathan said. Ridgeline Partners increased their share count by 70%. 340,000 shares to 580,000. 22 million in positioned to be worth 60 million if David gets removed and the Series E reprices. Timed to the price decline he engineered. Did Ridgeline hold positions in Corefield or PTR during those windows? Tom pulled up SEC filings. No disclosure during either crisis. Position appears in the 13F 2 quarters later. Both times. He waits. Buys during the crisis through vehicles that don't trigger disclosure. Then surfaces the position after recovery. Meridian is different, Tom said. First time he's bought during the crisis through Ridgeline directly. 3 successes. No consequences. No one connected the companies. Because why would you? A healthcare CEO resigns in 2019. A logistics CEO steps down in 2021. A tech CEO faces a compliance scandal in 2026. Different sectors, different cities, different boards. The only common thread is one investor who sat on all 3 boards and whose fund happened to profit each time. No one was looking, Priya said. Nobody looks at the investor. They look at the CEO. The CEO is the story. The investor is background noise. Until now, Tom said. And the employees who might have noticed got fired or bought off before they could compare notes. The room was quiet. Nathan looked at the whiteboard. 3 columns, 3 companies, the same architecture underneath all of them, the same 14 to 17-day engine, the same trail of discarded people. His phone buzzed. He looked at the screen. Vantage Capital Partners. He let it ring on day 2. Before he understood the scope, he answered. Nathan Ashford. He listened. Yes, I'm available to discuss that. He listened again, longer this time. You want to discuss CEO performance concerns. Tom and Priya both looked up. Nathan kept his voice level. Before we go further, I have one question. Is Marcus Shaw on your board? The conference room was silent. Nathan held the phone. 4 seconds. 5. 6. How did you know that? Nathan looked at the whiteboard. 3 columns. He picked up the marker and added a 4th. Vantage Capital Partners. He wrote Shaw's name underneath it. Drew the same timeline. Left the dates empty. Because he's doing it to you too, Nathan said into the phone. He hung up. Set the phone on the table. Tom and Priya stared at the 4 columns. 4 companies, Tom said. That we know of. Ridgeline Partners holds positions in all 4? Pull the filings. Tonight. Nathan capped the marker. Set it on the tray. 4 columns on the whiteboard now. 4 companies. 4 CEOs. The same architecture underneath all of them. And somewhere in the margins, the employees who carried the evidence and got discarded when it was done. 8 days remain. Chapter 13. Collateral. The house was dark except for the light under the garage door. David parked in the driveway. He sat in the car for 12 seconds. Checked his phone. No new messages from Nathan. No new messages from Hartley. The stock had closed at 89.74. Down another 1.5. He checked the phone again. Same screen. He went in through the kitchen. 2 mugs on the counter. Both cold. Sarah had made coffee this morning and hadn't left the garage since. A plate with a piece of toast on it. 1 bite taken. The butter had gone translucent. David touched one of the mugs. Room temperature. He opened the refrigerator, looked at it, closed it. The garage had been Sarah's office since Meridian outgrew their apartment. 2 monitors, a whiteboard, server logs taped to the wall in columns she color-coded with highlighters. She'd built Meridian's entire data architecture in this room before they had office space. The folding table against the back wall was covered in printed pages now. Spreadsheets, architecture diagrams, highlighted rows of timestamps. David opened the garage door. Sarah was at her desk. 3 terminal windows open. A legal pad filled with notes in her small, precise handwriting. She didn't look up. "How long have you been in here?" he said. "Since 7. It's past 8. I know what time it is. Have you eaten? David. There's a piece of toast in the kitchen with 1 bite out of it. I'm not hungry. David pulled the folding chair from against the wall and sat down. Sarah's jaw was set. Her hands rested on the keyboard, fingers flat, not typing. Her breathing was slow and deliberate. "Show me," he said. Sarah turned the left monitor toward him. A spreadsheet of timestamps, data access logs, API call records. She pointed to a column highlighted in yellow. The audit says Meridian's API can push data to external endpoints without logging. Okay. It can't. Sarah. I built it, David. I know what it can't do. I wrote every line of the compliance routing layer. I reviewed every pull request for 4 years. She pulled up a second window. Architecture diagrams. The system she'd designed 4 years ago and updated every quarter since. Every external API call routes through the compliance layer. Every one. There's no bypass. There's no override. There's no secret backdoor someone slipped in during a code review. David leaned forward. The logging isn't optional. It's structural. You'd have to rebuild the entire pipeline to push data externally without a log entry. That's not a configuration change. That's a rebuild. Weeks of work, multiple engineers. Maybe someone did rebuild it. No. Sarah opened a third window. Raw system logs. I pulled every commit to the compliance layer for the past 18 months. Every single one. Nothing was modified. Nothing was added. Nothing was deleted. The architecture the audit describes doesn't exist. You're sure? I'm sure. David leaned forward. The timestamps in the audit report, the timestamps in Sarah's system logs, they described two different systems. So the audit is wrong, he said. The audit isn't wrong. It's fiction. Someone wrote it, knowing nobody on the board would check the technical specs. The board hired Claridge. Claridge is a real firm. Claridge audited what they were given. If someone hands you fabricated access logs and tells you they came from the production system, you audit the fabricated logs. Garbage in, garbage out. So you're saying Claridge didn't pull the logs themselves? I'm saying someone pulled logs for them and told them those logs were production data. Claridge ran the audit against those logs. The conclusions are technically correct given the inputs. The inputs are fabricated. Would Claridge know? Not necessarily. Their scope was limited to the data provided. If the data looks authentic, the audit looks authentic. That's the whole point. So whoever fabricated the logs knew the audit was coming. Or commissioned the audit knowing the logs were already in place. Either way, the sequence is coordinated. You don't fabricate logs and then hope someone audits them. David sat back in the folding chair. The metal creaked. How long did it take you to find this? 13 hours. The commit history was the easy part. Cross-referencing every audit claim against the actual system took the rest. 13 hours. I built the system, David. I know where to look. Claridge didn't. That's the difference. Sarah picked up the legal pad, flipped to a page near the back. 14 data access events the audit flags as unauthorized. I checked every one against the actual system logs. 7 of them reference API endpoints that don't exist. 3 reference user credentials that were never issued. And the other 4, Sarah set the legal pad flat on the desk, pointed to each line as she spoke. Derek Yoon, infrastructure engineer, 6 years at Meridian. The audit flags his access on March 3rd as unauthorized database penetration of customer identity records. What was he actually doing? Running a load balancing diagnostic. His manager, Richard Okafor, assigned it to him in a Slack message at 9:14 a.m. Derek ran it at 11:47 p.m. because that's when server traffic is lowest. Standard practice. He's done it 40 times in the past year. And the audit calls it unauthorized after-hours access. The audit strips the context. No mention of the assignment. No mention of the diagnostic protocol. No mention that Derek flagged the results in the team channel the next morning. The audit takes Derek's access timestamp and frames it as a rogue employee accessing customer data at midnight. David stood up, walked to the whiteboard. Sarah had drawn the system architecture on the left side and the audit's claimed architecture on the right. They didn't match. Sandra Walsh, Sarah said. Client Relations Manager. 4 years. The audit flags her for pulling a bulk export of customer verification records on February 19th. Was she? She was generating a quarterly compliance report. Her direct manager requested it. In writing, Sandra pulled the data, formatted the report, submitted it through the normal approval chain. The report was reviewed by legal and filed with the compliance team. So, a routine report. A routine report that appears in the audit as unauthorized bulk extraction of sensitive customer data. Same event. Every word of context removed. David pressed his palms flat against the whiteboard. The dry erase marker smudged under his right hand. Keep going. Sarah flipped the page. James Ochoa, security analyst. 3 years. The audit flags him for accessing the authentication key management system on February 27th. What was he doing? Rotating encryption keys. Quarterly rotation. It's on the security calendar. His access was logged, time-stamped, and countersigned by the security lead. Let me guess. The audit calls it unauthorized access to cryptographic infrastructure, which technically describes the same action if you strip every piece of context that makes it routine. David turned from the whiteboard. That's 3 people. That's 3 of the 4 legitimate events. The 4th is Lisa Huang, database administrator. She was running a schema migration that her team lead scheduled 2 weeks in advance. The audit flags it as unauthorized modification of production database structures. 4 people. 4 people doing their jobs. 4 people following instructions from their managers. 4 people who are now named in an audit document that the SEC has seen. David pulled his phone out, put it on Sarah's desk, picked it up again. Derek Yoon, he said. He knows about this? He knows the audit mentions his name. HR informed him. Wednesday. What did they tell him? That his access patterns were flagged in the external audit and that the matter was under review. Under review. Those were the words. Under review. He's been here 6 years. 6 years, 2 promotions, 0 performance issues. His last review score was 4.8 out of 5. David walked to the back wall, stood in front of the printed spreadsheets, turned around. Sandra Walsh called you this morning. She did. What did she say? She wanted to know if the allegations were true. She wanted to know if she should be updating her resume. What did you tell her? I told her the truth, that the audit was under review. That's all I could say. That's not the truth. That's the truth I'm allowed to say. And Sandra heard the part I wasn't saying. She's been here 6 years. She's not stupid. Sarah pulled up a new window. A directory page. Employee photos, names, titles. I want to show you something else. Okay. The 7 fabricated endpoints. I trace the access patterns the audit attributes to them. The audit doesn't just invent the endpoints. It assigns the access to specific employees. Which employees? Sarah scrolled through the legal pad. Amy Tran, data engineer. Marcus Webb, DevOps lead. Nadia Herrera, QA manager. Kevin Park, financial analyst. Janet Liu, compliance associate. Dennis Reeves, back-end engineer. Preeti Sharma, product manager. 7 people. 7 people who are listed in the audit as having accessed API endpoints that do not exist. Never existed. These employees are accused of interacting with parts of the system that were invented for the audit document. David counted on his fingers. 4 legitimate employees reframed, 7 employees linked to fabricated endpoints, 3 fake credentials. 12 people, David. Plus, the 3 phantom credentials could map to real employees whose names haven't surfaced yet. 12. At minimum. David sat down, stood up, walked to the garage door and looked out at the dark driveway, and came back. Do they know Amy, Marcus, and the others? Some of them. HR has been notifying people as the audit gets reviewed internally. Amy Tran was told yesterday. She called her manager in tears. Her manager's Okafor. Okafor told her? Okafor's office told her. A form letter. Your name appears in connection with data access events currently under audit review. Please retain any relevant communications and make yourself available for follow-up. A form letter. A form letter to an employee who has done nothing wrong, telling her she's under investigation for accessing systems that don't exist. David picked up the legal pad, read the names again, set it down, picked it up. Marcus Webb. I hired Marcus. I know. I interviewed him personally. He turned down Google to come here. I know. His wife had their second kid in October. He took 3 weeks of paternity leave. I signed the card. Sarah said nothing. How many of these people have lawyers? I don't know. Probably none of them. They're engineers and analysts. David, they don't have lawyers on retainer. They have mortgages. David went to the kitchen. Sarah heard the faucet run. He came back with a glass of water, didn't drink it, set it on the folding table. The precision of this, he said. What about it? Whoever built this didn't just fabricate an audit. They mapped the fabrication onto real people. They chose employees who had legitimate reasons to access sensitive systems. They took real work and made it look criminal. And for the ones who didn't have real access events to exploit, they invented endpoints and assigned the access anyway. Yes. That's not a cover story. That's an engineering project. It is an engineering project, and it was built with access to our employee directory, our org chart, our system architecture documentation, and our team assignment records. Okafor. His admin credentials were provisioned 3 months ago. I checked twice. Michael Liang. Has been on vacation in Taipei for the past 2 weeks. Before that, he was on paternity leave for 6 weeks. His last login to the compliance layer was March. So, Okafor. Or someone using Okafor's credentials. But the access was provisioned at Okafor's request, approved by Shaw's office. David stood at the whiteboard. 12 names, the red lines connecting discrepancies, the 2 architectures side by side. One real, one fiction. The fiction was the one the board, the press, and the SEC were all looking at. Who has access to fabricate those logs? He said. 3 people. Me, Michael Liang, and whoever the board gave access to when they appointed Richard Okafor. David took out his phone, put it down, took it out again. I want to call Derek, he said. And say what? I don't know. Something. You can't. Anything you say to an employee named in the audit becomes evidence of interference. Nathan told you that on day 2. I'm not going to interfere. I'm going to tell him he's not in trouble. You can't tell him that either. Because right now, as far as the audit is concerned, he is in trouble. And until we can prove the audit is fabricated, telling him otherwise is obstruction. David put the phone down, picked up the glass of water, didn't drink it. 12 people. At minimum. 12 people who came to work every day and did their jobs and are now named in a fraud investigation because someone needed a paper trail to steal my company. Yes. And I can't call any of them. No. The garage was quiet. The server fan hummed. I want to go public with this, Sarah said. Not yet. David. Nathan says we hold it. We use it at the right moment. Sarah closed the laptop. Your crisis firm is managing the story. I want to end it. That's not the same thing. I know it's not the same thing. We have 7 days. Nathan says if the board knows we have this, they'll build another layer before we can use it. They'll fabricate an explanation for the fabrication. Let them. I can disprove anything they fabricate because I built the system. Every layer they add, I can pull apart. There's one real system, and it's mine. They don't need it to be true. They need it to be loud. You know that. Sarah pushed back from the desk. So we sit on proof that the audit is fabricated. Proof, not theory, not circumstantial pattern matching. She stared at him. David said nothing. Proof that 7 API endpoints in the audit document do not exist in the production system. 3 user credentials that were never issued. 4 employees doing routine work reframed as criminals. And we wait. We wait for the right moment. The stock dropped another 1.5 today. I know. That's 14 points in 9 days. I know. Amy Tran cried on the phone to the man who's framing her, David. She called Okafor for reassurance, and he's the one who put her name in the document. David didn't answer. Sandra Walsh is updating her resume. Derek Yoon hired a lawyer he can't afford. Marcus Webb hasn't told his wife yet because he doesn't know how to explain that he might lose his job for running a diagnostic his boss told him to run. 7.5 days, David. I know. The server fan. Sarah's monitors casting blue light across the whiteboard. The 12 names. Every day we wait, more people get hurt. The stock drops. Employees panic. Clients start looking at backup vendors. I know. David picked up the legal pad, set it down, picked it up again. Call him, Sarah said. Call Nathan. Tell him what I found. All of it. And then tell me what he says. David took out his phone. He dialed Nathan's direct line. It rang twice. Nathan. It's David. He paused. Sarah pulled the system logs. All 18 months of commits to the compliance layer. He listened. Sarah watched him. 7 API endpoints that don't exist. 3 user credentials never issued. The data access patterns in the audit are technically impossible given the architecture she built. He stopped. Yes, she's certain. She built the system. Nathan. He listened again. Longer. There's more. The 4 legitimate access events the audit flags were routine operations. Employee tasks assigned by their managers. Normal work reframed as unauthorized access. The server fan. Sarah's breathing. David pressed the phone harder against his ear. There's more. 12 employees named in total. Some linked to fabricated endpoints. Some had their real work reframed. Okafor's admin credentials were provisioned 3 months ago. He has access to the compliance reporting layer. That's where the fabricated logs would have been inserted. He waited. 3 people total. Sarah, Michael Liang, and Okafor. Liang's been out since March. David looked at Sarah. She was watching him, arms crossed. I know. She wants to send it to the SEC. To Cross. To everyone. He listened for a long time. His jaw tightened. So, we wait for the board to commit publicly, for Shaw to go on record. More silence on his end. How long? He closed his eyes, opened them. Days. Okay, I'll talk to her. He pulled the phone away from his ear, stared at it for a second, put it on Sarah's desk. She was still watching him, arms crossed, the blue light from the monitors on one side of her face. Your crisis guy just told us to sit on proof that you're innocent, she said. He told us to be smart about when we use it. There's a difference. With these people, yes. How many more points does the stock drop before the right moment arrives? David didn't answer. How many more employees get form letters from Okafor's office? Sarah. 7 days, David. David nodded. Sarah turned back to her desk, opened the laptop, started a new terminal window. What are you doing? David said. Pulling Okafor's complete access history. Every file he touched, every system he logged into, every credential he used. Sarah. You told Nathan I'd be patient. I didn't agree to that. She started typing. 7 days. I'm not going to waste them. David stood in the garage doorway. Sarah's fingers moved across the keyboard. The monitor filled with access logs. The whiteboard behind her showed 2 systems. One real, one fabricated. 12 names in Sarah's handwriting along the bottom. He went back to the kitchen, picked up the cold mug of coffee, poured it out, made a fresh pot, got a plate, put together a sandwich, and brought it to the garage. He set it on the edge of Sarah's desk without saying anything. She didn't look up, but after a minute, she reached for it. David sat back down in the folding chair, took out his phone, opened the company directory, scrolled to Derek Yoon's photo, closed it, opened it again, scrolled to Amy Tran, to Marcus Webb, to Sandra Walsh. 4 faces, 4 people he'd hired or approved or promoted or signed birthday cards for. He closed the directory, set the phone face down on his knee. Sarah typed. The server fan hummed. The sandwich sat on the desk with 1 bite taken, next to the legal pad with 12 names. Chapter 14. The Second Reporter. The bar was called Hurley's, and it had been there longer than Rockefeller Center. Small tables, loud music, nobody who mattered came here on purpose. Day 7. Rachel Ewan was already at a corner table. 2 fingers of bourbon, neat. No ice. She didn't stand up when Jack sat down. You're late, she said. I'm always late. You know that. I know a lot of things about you, Jack. That's becoming a problem. Jack flagged the bartender, ordered a Jameson, took his coat off, hung it on the back of the chair. The chair was wooden, scarred, older than most of the people in the room. Your editor's giving you trouble. My editors are doing their jobs. The SEC filed a complaint naming David Chen. My story ran 3 days before that complaint. My story said the board was fighting the CEO. Then the SEC says the CEO may have committed fraud. She picked up her glass, set it down without drinking. That makes my story look like a plant. Was it? You tell me. Jack's drink arrived. He took a sip. The board is fighting the CEO. That hasn't changed. The SEC complaint doesn't change it. The SEC complaint changes how my editors read my story. It changes how my readers read my story. It changes whether I have credibility the next time I pitch a corporate governance piece. Rachel. Did you play me? Jack leaned back. The chair creaked. He looked at her for 3 seconds. I gave you a story that was true. The board is fighting the CEO. There's a faction pushing him out. That's all verifiable. Your sourcing was solid. But you left out the part where your client might actually be guilty. He's not. The SEC disagrees. The SEC received an anonymous complaint. Anonymous. They haven't investigated. They haven't deposed anyone. They received a document package and opened a file. That's not disagreement. That's process. Rachel turned her glass in a slow circle on the table. My editor wants a correction. Not a retraction. A correction. New information has emerged that complicates the board dispute framing. Something like that. Don't do that. I'm not asking your permission. I'm not giving it. I'm telling you the correction would be wrong. The board dispute isn't complicated by the SEC filing. The SEC filing is the board dispute. It's another move. She stopped turning the glass. Explain that. Jack looked around the room. 2 guys at the bar watching the Knicks game. A couple in the opposite corner not talking to each other. Nobody listening. The vendor contract the SEC complaint is based on. Axial Data Solutions. You know who drafted that contract? Oh, no. An associate at Hargrove Dean, Greg Tanaka. Rachel's eyes narrowed. Hargrove Dean is a governance firm. They do board advisory work. They do. And you know who recommended Hargrove Dean to Meridian COO? Oh. Who? Follow the lawyer, Rachel. See where it goes. That's not an answer. It's better than an answer. It's a thread. She picked up her phone, typed something, put it back down. Greg Tanaka, associate at Hargrove Dean, drafted the Axial vendor contract. That's correct. And you're telling me the recommendation to hire Hargrove Dean came from inside the board. I'm telling you to follow the lawyer. Jack, she leaned forward, if you're feeding me another story that falls apart in 72 hours, we're done. Not just on this, on everything. 20 years of you calling me picking up, done. The words landed. Jack turned his glass on the table. 20 years. She'd been at the Newark Star-Ledger when they met, covering city council meetings with a tape recorder the size of a paperback. He'd been repping a councilman who couldn't keep his story straight. Rachel had caught every inconsistency. Jack had called her after the piece ran, not to complain, but to ask how she'd gotten the zoning records. She'd laughed and told him to file a FOIA like everybody else. They'd been useful to each other ever since. Useful, and something past useful. The kind of thing that only survives if neither person abuses it. I understand that, he said. Do you? Rachel, I've never lied to you. Not once in 20 years. I've been selective. I've been strategic. I've timed things in ways that served my clients. But I've never handed you something false. Selective and strategic. That's a nice way to describe what you do. It's an accurate way. It's the reason my editor's asking whether I've been a conduit for a crisis firm. Your editor should be asking why the SEC complaint uses the same law firm that advises the board faction trying to remove the CEO. That's a better question. She sat with that, took a drink of the bourbon, put the glass down. He's not guilty, Jack said, and I'll prove it, but not tonight. When? Soon. Days. That's not good enough for my editors. Tell your editors the story isn't wrong. Tell them it's incomplete. Tell them you're working on the next piece and it's bigger than the first one. Is it? Follow the lawyer. Rachel looked at him. Jack held it. She covered governance the way some reporters covered wars. Every filing read, every proxy statement dissected, every board appointment tracked. I'll pull Hargrove Dean's client disclosures, she said. SEC filings for any governance advisory work in the past 3 years. That's a good place to start. If Tanaka did work for other Shaw-connected companies, that's a pattern. Yes, it is. And if I find it, that's my story. Not yours, not REDACT's, mine. Yours? My byline, my sourcing, my framing. You don't get to review it before publication. I wouldn't ask to. You've asked before. Different client, different situation. This one, you own completely. She finished the bourbon, put a 20 on the table. I'm paying, Jack said. No, you're not. Not tonight. She stood up, put her coat on, adjusted the collar. 20 years, Jack. Don't make me regret them. She left. The door closed behind her, and the cold draft reached Jack's table. He sat there for another minute, finished his Jameson, thought about the first time Rachel had trusted him with something she shouldn't have. A zoning commissioner's off-the-record admission, 2006, that she'd shared because Jack needed to protect a client and she believed the client deserved protecting. She'd never asked for anything back. That was the thing about Rachel. She kept score, but she never collected, until now. The $20 bill sat on the table like a line drawn. The bartender took Rachel's 20 and Jack's card. Jack let it go. Outside, the cold hit him. February in New York. His phone buzzed. Cross. He let it go to voicemail. 2 reporters in one night was a mistake. The instincts blur. You give one the thread and give the other the confirmation, and by morning, you've sourced the same story to 2 competing outlets. He'd call Cross back in the morning. Separate conversation, separate angle. 2 reporters, 2 publications, 2 competing interests. Rachel gets the Hargrove Dean thread. Cross keeps the governance angle. Neither one knows about the other. That's how you build a media strategy that survives the first cycle. The war room was half lit when Jack got back. 9:30 at night. Nathan was at the whiteboard. The timeline updated in his small handwriting. Day 7 circled in red. Tom Brandt was at his workstation. Priya's monitors were dark. "How's our reporter?" Nathan said. He didn't turn from the whiteboard. "Wounded. Not dead. She's pulling Hargrove Dean's client disclosures." "Good. How long?" 2 days. Maybe less. She's fast." Nathan capped the marker, turned around. "And her editors?" "Want a correction. She's holding them off. Oh, for now." Nathan sat down, picked up his coffee. It was cold. He drank it anyway. "I want to hold Sarah's proof, the fabricated endpoints, the credentials that don't exist. Not yet." "Nathan, the counter-narrative is bleeding. The journal piece bought us 48 hours and the SEC complaint burned 36 of them. I know, but we're at halftime. Jack sat on the edge of the conference table. Halftime. If they're running Shaw's playbook, the next hit comes between day 7 and day 9. A person, not a document. Shaw goes institutional, regulatory, personal. We've seen the documents. We've seen the filing. What's left is someone on camera saying the CEO is a monster. Nathan pointed at the timeline. You can't fact-check that. You can't fact-check emotion. So we wait. We wait. We hold everything and we watch what they do next. When the personal layer drops, we counter it with the full package. Sarah's proof, Hargrove Dean, and Shaw's pattern across 3 companies. All at once. One shot. Tom Brandt looked up from his workstation. Robert Fong. Nathan and Jack both turned. Fong left 11 months ago, Tom said. VP of Compliance. Lawyered up immediately. LinkedIn went private. He was at Hargate Advisory before Meridian. Hargate did work for 3 Shaw Board companies. Fong's been quiet this whole time, Jack said. Quiet is preparation, Nathan said. He picked up the marker. Wrote Fong on the whiteboard under day 8. Added a question mark. If Fong goes public, Tom said, he's got a non-disparagement clause from his exit. Standard for a compliance officer. Non-disparagement doesn't cover whistleblowing, Nathan said. His lawyer knows that. If they're planning a public statement, the lawyer's already carved out the exemption. Or they're not planning a statement. Maybe it's a blog post. Maybe it's a podcast interview. Something that looks organic. Nothing looks organic at day 8. Not after what we've seen. Jack stared at the name on the board. He'd seen this play before. A quiet source surfaces. The timing looks spontaneous, but the lawyer's been drafting the statement for weeks. The interview rehearsed. The emotional beats mapped. You don't counter the person. You counter the infrastructure behind the person. Who's the lawyer? Who arranged the interview? Who timed the publication? Go home, Jack, Nathan said. Get some sleep. Tomorrow's day, 8. Jack took the elevator down. The lobby was empty. The security guard nodded. Jack nodded back. He was 3 blocks from the building when his phone buzzed. A text from Priya, sent at 9:47 p.m. Unusual options activity on Meridian. Someone buying puts expiring Friday. Volume 3x normal. Someone was betting the stock would drop again. Before Friday. Before whatever was coming had a name. He forwarded the text to Nathan without comment. Nathan wouldn't need an explanation. Jack walked home. The city was doing what it does at 10 o'clock on a weeknight. Cabs. Cold. Scaffolding over everything. He thought about Rachel's $20 bill on the table. The way she'd adjusted her collar before she left. 20 years. He'd risked it by sending her to Hargrove Dean. If it paid off, she'd have the story of the quarter. If it didn't, he'd never hear her voice again. He set his alarm for 5:30. Brushed his teeth. Left his phone charging on the nightstand, face up. The screen dark. The city quiet for the first time all day. The push alert came at 6:07 a.m. Not the alarm. The phone lit up with the Wall Street Journal's morning break. Former Meridian executive alleges pattern of intimidation by CEO David Chen. Robert Fong, on the record, with a lawyer, placed with the Journal, not the Record, Rachel's competitor. timed for the morning open. Jack picked up the phone, read the first 3 paragraphs. 7 specific allegations. Meetings where David demanded access to protected data. A confrontation in the hallway. An email forwarded without context to the board. Each one vivid. Each one personal. The kind of story you can't fact-check because you can't fact-check emotion. He put the phone on the nightstand, stared at the ceiling. Day 8. Nathan's voice. A person, not a document. 7 days remaining. The personal layer had arrived. Chapter 14b, The Numbers. 11:47 p.m. Day 8. 0.92. Priya had been staring at it for 5 minutes. The number sat in the center of her screen, bold in the output window, cursor blinking beneath it. She'd run it twice. Same result both times. The war room was empty. Had been for hours. Her 4th coffee was cold. The building had cut the heat at 10. 0.92. She knew what it meant. She just didn't want to be the person who'd found it. The door opened behind her. Tom Brandt stopped when he saw her monitors glowing. Jesus. Priya. Tom. It's midnight. I know what time it is. He walked to his workstation, opened to the top drawer, pulled out a laptop charger. Forgot this. He wound the cord around his hand, looked at her face, set the charger down. What happened? It's not a scandal. What? Meridian. It's not a scandal. It's a script. Tom pulled a chair over, sat down. Okay, walk me through that. You see the number on the screen? 0.92. What is it? How closely Meridian's media coverage matches a manufactured distribution. 1.0 would be perfectly synthetic. 0 would be perfectly organic. And 0.92 is... Nothing real has ever broken 0.5. Tom didn't say anything for a moment. Define nothing real. Enron was 0.31. WeWork was 0.38. Theranos was 0.44. That's the highest organic crisis in 20 years of data, 143 cases. And Meridian is double that. Meridian is off the map. How? What's different about it? 3 waves of coverage, each one 48 hours apart. Financial press first, tech press second, mainstream third. Same gap every time, plus or minus 6 hours. That could be coincidence. Once, maybe. This happened 3 times. 3 separate story breaks over 7 days, all with the same 48-hour spacing. The probability of that occurring naturally is less than 2%. What's it look like when it's real? Messy. A reporter breaks something. 3 outlets pile on, then nothing for a day. Then cable picks it up. The gaps are random because the reporters are independent. Meridian's gaps aren't random. They're scheduled. Tom pointed at the right monitor. What else? The first wave, Journal, Bloomberg, Reuters, Financial Times, all published within 4 hours of each other, 37% vocabulary overlap. What's normal? 12 to 18. So they're working from the same source material. Same phrases in different arrangements. Systematic pattern of irregular data access. Systematic irregularities in data access patterns. Irregular patterns of systematic data access. 7 words. 3 permutations. Someone handed them a press kit. Pre-written framing, pre-cropped photos, same image file in all 4 articles, different crop from Meridian's official headshot. Tom leaned forward. Okay, so wave 1 is planted. Wave 2? Tech Press picks up the financial framing. adds the industry angle, same core language propagates, and wave 3 hits mainstream. CNN, NBC, Washington Post, that's when institutional money moves. The first 2 waves are positioning. The third is the kill shot. Someone built a pipeline. A good one, and it's not their first time. Tom looked at her. What do you mean? Corfield Health, 18 months ago, different client, different industry, same wave structure, same intervals, same operator. The intervals are tighter now, plus or minus 8 hours on Corfield, 6 on Meridian. They're improving. Tom rubbed his face with both hands. Priya, you're telling me someone manufactured a $14 billion crisis. I'm telling you the number is 0.92. Nothing organic comes close. From scratch, with a playbook, with infrastructure, timed releases, outlet sequencing, social seeding campaigns 12 to 18 hours before each wave. Who? That's not what the data tells me. The data tells me it was built. Who built it is a different question. Tom stood, picked up his charger. You need to call Nathan. I know. Right now. I know, Tom. He walked to the door, stopped. Point 92. That changes everything about how we run this. Go home. You came back for a charger, Priya said. Go charge your laptop. Tom shook his head. The door closed behind him. Priya picked up her phone, scrolled to Nathan's number, hit dial. 3 rings. His voice came through thick with sleep. It's Priya. She heard him sitting up, a lamp clicking on. I found something. It's not a scandal. It's a script. You need to see this. Silence. 4 seconds. What kind of script? The kind with a 0.92 correlation to synthetic distribution. Nothing organic has ever broken 0.5. I have the model. I have the comparisons. I have a prior case with the same signature. You need to come in. Don't talk to anyone else. I'm alone. 20 minutes. The line went dead. Priya set the phone down. The number was still on her screen. She'd stared at it for 5 minutes before Tom walked in. She'd stare at it for 20 more before Nathan arrived. 0.92. She picked up the coffee. It was cold. She drank it anyway. Chapter 15. Layer 3. Yasmin's phone rang at 6:22 a.m. She was already in the car. Have you seen it? She put Nathan on speaker and opened her inbox. A link to a blog post on Medium. The title, What I Saw at Meridian, a first-hand account. The author's name was James Huang. Senior Infrastructure Engineer. 12 years at the company. She read it once, then twice while the car sat in traffic on 3rd Avenue. 200 words. Specific meetings on specific dates. Slack threads with timestamps. A project that David Chen personally initiated to access customer identity verification data. No official name. No budget code. James Huang said he was in the room when David explained what he wanted. She called Nathan back. How long has this been up? She listened. 2 hours. Hacker News front page already. Reddit had it in 3 subreddits. Twitter had a thread from a former Meridian employee with 14,000 impressions and climbing. Stock? Down 4% pre-market, 31% total decline from baseline. She closed her eyes for a second. That crosses the threshold. She paused. Right. Material harm. The board can call emergency any time. Fong's interview was still trending. CNN had run a segment at 11 p.m. The Record had a follow-up with 2 additional former executives. Now this. Nathan, the acceleration clause in the board bylaws. Section 4.7. Emergency session can be convened with 48 hours notice upon demonstration of material harm to shareholder value. 31% qualifies. She listened. Shaw doesn't even need a majority to call the session. Any 3 board members can trigger it. This is different, she said. The audit was a document. The SEC complaint was a filing. Fong was an executive with a grudge. This is a working engineer, still at the company, putting his name on it. She listened. Already on my way. I'll bring Jack. The war room glass was already blacked out when she arrived. Nathan stood at the whiteboard. The timeline had a new entry, Day 8, circled, with Huang written underneath. Priya was at her workstation. 3 monitors, all showing velocity data. How fast, Yasmin said. Faster than Cross's original piece, Priya said. The blog format helps. People share personal narratives more than institutional reporting. We're at cycle 2 already. Share rate is 3 times the Cross article. Comments are running 90% credulous. 90%, Yasmin said. He's an engineer writing about engineering. The audience trusts the source type. A reporter can be wrong. An executive can spin. An engineer with 12 years and a Stanford degree describing a whiteboard session reads as ground truth. Jack came through the door, coat still on, coffee in hand. He looked at the whiteboard. I read it in the cab. It's good. Good how? Nathan said. Specific. Credible. He names 7 meetings over a 4-month period. He names Slack channels. Jack set down the coffee. He describes David walking him through data access requirements on a whiteboard in conference room 4B. Says David told him the project was sensitive. Is James Huang real? Yasmin said. Priya turned one of her monitors. LinkedIn profile. 12 years at Meridian. Stanford MS in Computer Science. Previously at Google Infrastructure. 847 connections. 3 internal engineering awards, Priya said. Presented at 2 conferences last year on Meridian's behalf. He's a lifer. Nathan capped the marker. 7 meetings. David on a whiteboard. If that's true, everything we've built falls apart. That's what I need to find out, Yasmin said. And I have hours, not days. She grabbed her bag and headed for the door. She called David from the car. He picked up on the first ring. I need to ask you about James Huang. She waited. He says you were in 7 private meetings with him about a customer data access project. She listened, pulled the phone tighter to her ear. He names dates, David. He names Slack channels. He describes a whiteboard session in conference room 4B. She waited again, longer this time. I'm not saying you're lying. I'm saying he's not lying either. I've read it twice. He believes what he wrote. 3 seconds of silence on the line. Then someone made him believe it, she said, repeating his words back. I'm going to find out who. She hung up. The car moved 2 blocks in silence. Her driver took the turn onto Lexington without being asked. He'd been driving her for 4 days straight and had learned the roads. She called Sarah Chen. I need admin access to Meridian's Slack workspace. IT audit logs for account creation and modification. She listened. James Huang's blog post, references. Slack threads with David. I need to see those threads and who created the accounts in them. She checked the time. 20 minutes. I'll be at the satellite office on West 57th. It took 15. Sarah sent credentials to a secure link. Yasmin had already located Lauren Marsh, Okafor's former executive assistant, through a building access timestamp in a commercial tenant database that no PR firm would have had reason to query. Lauren resigned 3 months ago and disappeared from every public channel the same week. Yasmin sat in a glass-walled conference room on the 8th floor and opened the Slack workspace on a borrowed laptop. She found the channel first. Project Custodian, private channel. Created 11 months ago. 7 members, James Huang, 4 other engineers, a project manager named Rita Desai, and David Chen. She scrolled through 11 months of messages, hundreds of them. The volume alone was staggering. Someone had maintained this account for nearly a year, posting consistently, matching David's communication patterns. Short messages, technical specificity, the occasional late-night reply that matched David's known work hours. The messages from David's account were specific, technical. They referenced data schemas, access levels, API endpoints, a CEO who understood infrastructure, which David did. Convincing. Yasmin pulled the account details. David Chen's Slack account in the Project Custodian channel. She checked the account creation log. The account was created on March 3rd, 11 months ago. Created by IT. The creation request was filed by the Office of the Chief Technology Officer. Not Sarah Chen. The board-appointed CTO, Richard Okafor. She called Nathan. The Slack account that posted under David's name in the project channel. It's a duplicate. She waited for him to catch up. Same display name. Same profile photo. Different underlying account ID. AT created it as a service account, filed under Okafor's office. She switched to the Google Workspace admin panel while he talked. Calendar audit logs. She searched for the 7 meeting dates Huang listed. Calendar invites too. Conference room 4B. Organizer shows David Chen. Same service account sent them. She scrolled. None of them appear on David's primary calendar. The meetings showed up on the project team's calendars with David's name. David never saw them. She opened another tab. Badge in, badge out tracking. Already pulling badge logs. The data came back in seconds. She cross-referenced each date against the meeting invites. David badged into the building on 5 of 7 dates. All 5. His badge puts him on the 4th floor. Executive offices. No badge swipe on 2. The meetings were on the 2nd floor. She scrolled down. The other 2 dates he was in San Francisco. No entry at the satellite office. Different floor or different city, she said. Every time. She drove back to REDACT. The stock was down another 1.5%, 32.5% total decline from baseline. 6 days on the board clock. Maybe fewer, if Nina was right about the acceleration. The war room was full. Nathan, Jack, Priya, Tom Brandt, Nina Park. Duplicate Slack account, Yasmin said. Created by IT at Okafor's request. Same name, same photo, different account ID. Badge logs put David on a different floor every time. She sat down. Huang was in real meetings. The project team met in conference room 4B. Everything said David Chen was present. David was never in the room. Nina leaned forward. Can we prove intent to deceive? 11 months of messages from that account. Detailed, technical, project-specific. Okafor's office could claim administrative error, Nina said. A misconfigured service account. For 11 months. I'm telling you what their lawyers will say. And I'm telling you what the badge logs say. Nathan stood at the whiteboard. He drew 3 horizontal lines, labeled them. Layer 1, institutional. The Kroll audit. Documents and filings. Layer 2, legal. The SEC complaint. The forged DocuSign. Layer 3, personal. Fong on the record. Now, Huang. A human being with a name saying I was in the room. Each layer is harder to counter, Nathan said. Documents, you disprove. Filings, you challenge. He tapped the 3rd line. But a person who genuinely believes he witnessed something. Who isn't lying, that's the hardest kill. The version where David's name was in the room, Jack said. His face, his words. Everything except him. Priya looked up. Velocity update. Huang's post is on 4 major tech aggregators. 2 cable news producers have called our press line. Reuters has a brief. Approaching cycle 3. How long before the board uses this? Jack said. They don't need to wait, Nina said. Material harm is established. The stock decline is documented. Huang gives them the human element. A named, credible, current employee saying he was in the room. If I were Shaw's counsel, I'd file for emergency acceleration tonight. The 48-hour clock, Yasmin said, starts when the petition is filed with the corporate secretary. 3 board members sign, and the secretary has to schedule. Shaw, Yi, and Grasso, Jack said. They'll have the signatures by morning, Nina said, which means the emergency session lands on day 10, maybe day 11. That's ahead of schedule, Yasmin said. We planned for day 14. Huang changed the math, Nathan said. Can we get Huang on the phone? Yasmin said. And tell him what? Jack said. That the David he saw on Slack was fake. We show him the account creation, logs, to the badge data. Nathan turned from the whiteboard. Don't contact Huang. Not yet. Why? The moment we contact him, Shaw knows we found the duplicate. Huang goes to his manager goes to Okafor. Okafor goes to Shaw. The IT request chain gets cleaned up. So we preserve the chain, Yasmin said. Sarah pulls the full IT audit log tonight. Creation date, modification history, every login, every message. Forensic hold before anyone knows we're looking. Yasmin picked up her phone. I'll call her now. She stepped into Nathan's office. Sarah picked up on the 2nd ring. I need a full forensic export of a service account. She read off the account ID. Creation logs, modification history, login records, every message, and the IT ticket that authorized creation, the request from Okafor's office. She listened. Tonight, 1 hour if you can. She hung up, walked back to the war room. Nathan was still at the whiteboard, staring at the 3 lines. 3 layers, Jack said. Same architecture as Corefield Health, same as PTR Logistics. Yasmin sat down, put her phone on the table. What if there's a 4th? Nathan looked at her. 3 layers in 14 days. That's the pattern from Corefield and PTR. But those were smaller companies, simpler governance. She leaned forward. Meridian is a $14 billion company with dual-class shares, and a co-founder CTO. Shaw would know 3 layers might not be enough. Nathan picked up the marker, drew a 4th line below the other 3, left it blank. 6 days, Jack said. Maybe fewer, Yasmin said. The stock is bleeding fast enough for an emergency session. Nathan capped the marker. Then we build the full package tonight. Sarah's export, the duplicate account chain, Shaw's pattern across 3 companies. And if the board files for emergency acceleration tomorrow morning, then tomorrow morning is the deadline. Her phone buzzed. Sarah Chen. A text. Starting the export now. The IT ticket has Okafor's digital signature. He authorized it personally. Yasmin showed the text to Nathan. He read it, nodded once. Get the team coffee, he said. It's going to be a long night. Yasmin checked the stock one more time. Down another 0.5% in after hours. 32.8% total. The pension fund trigger sat at 35. 2 more points and the automated selling would start. The machines that managed money for teachers and firefighters and state employees would see the number cross a line, and they would sell, and the selling would push the number further down, and more machines would sell. She closed the laptop and went to find coffee.